Chapter 217. The charity crowdfunding project to help Meng Meng, leukemia patient, ended on the 26th. A total of 7 million plus charity funds were raised. Because of the differences in individual diseases, it was expected to help 12 leukemia patients, including Meng Meng, who were in urgent need of help. Mukin Crowdfunding Company was responsible for the specific fund arrangement, management, and supervision, account disclosure, and other issues. Luchin no longer asked, and Yinhuang Charity Association sent a representative to find him, which had little to do with this project. The Charity Association came for dedication of love. Yinhuang Charity Association was established in 1990. It was a national non-profit public welfare social organization voluntarily participated by citizens, legal persons, and other social organizations who were enthusiastic about philanthropy. It has more than 500 member units in China. Compared with the Red Cross Society, Yinhuang Charity Association had a better reputation among the people. The representative sent by this charity was surnamed Su En, director of the Charity Association's External Liaison Department. Ms. Su En, who was in her 40s, had a kind face, a soft voice, and a very cultured speech. On behalf of Yinhuang Charity Association, she hoped to get a non-commercial license for the song Dedication of Love from Lu Chun for the promotion and public service advertisements of the Charity Association. Lu Chun agreed without any hesitation. He never thought about making money with this song. Whether it was the Charity Association or the Red Cross Society, as long as they were willing to use it, they could use it freely without paying any fees. Yinhuang Charity Association, in addition to seeking the license for Dedication of Love, also hoped that Lu Chun could participate in the shooting of a public service advertisement. This public service advertisement would use Dedication of Love as the core theme and invite a number of stars to participate and sing together, including Li Xing, Tan Hong, Chunfer, Lu Zhonghan, Shirong, and other big figures. Including Lu Chun, there were currently 12 confirmed. To put it bluntly, in the invitation list provided by Su En, any one of them had more fame and status than Lu Chun. If he wasn't the original creator of Dedication of Love, he probably wouldn't be in the list at all. Su En also vaguely revealed that this also had something to do with Lu Chen's interview with China Youth Daily just now. And this was, of course, a good thing. Lu Chen couldn't think of a reason for his refusal at all, so he finalized it on the spot. According to what my sister said, the more reputation I have, the better. However, the filming of the Dedication of Love public service film couldn't start immediately. For a huge organization like the Yinhuang Charity Association, the preparatory work would definitely take a lot of time. However, Lu Chen's participation was already set in stone. Therefore, after the meeting with Su En, Lu Chun quickly put this matter to the back of his mind. Anyway, someone would naturally inform him when the time came, and as an independent artist, he was very free to arrange his time. At present, what Lu Chun was most concerned about was the debut album, Not Yet Lovers, released by Flying Stone Records MSN Beautiful Girl. In this new album, Lu Chun wrote 3 songs, including the title track, Not Yet Lovers. He was also in charge of supervising the production and acted in the music video of Not Yet Lovers. On the last day of October, as a warm-up for MSN's debut album, the music video and single of Not Yet Lovers began large-scale publicity on major TV stations, radio stations, and the internet. As the first girl group launched by Flying Stone Records in recent years, the company had high hopes for MSN's album. The cost of inviting Lu Chun to write and supervise the production alone exceeded 1 million yuan. Naturally, they would not drop the ball in the important publicity. It was said that Flying Stone Records had a publicity budget of up to 5 million yuan. Therefore, it brought a lot of pressure to Lu Chun. The 3 works he wrote for MSN, including the title track, Not Yet Lovers, were all selected excellent works, but it was actually difficult to accurately grasp the popular trend of the market and the tastes and preferences of fans. Some songs were obviously very good, but they just couldn't get up, while some catchy songs could be popular all over the country. Although Lu Chun was very confident, Flying Stone Records had spent tens of millions on SN's album. Once it failed, it would have a great impact on him. After all, the price of one of his works was as high as 350,000 to 400,000 yuan, which was completely at the top level. If the top price didn't achieve the desired effect, the reputation accumulated before would be severely damaged. Lu Qin's rise was so fast that it was unknown how many people in the circle were envious and jealous. Naturally, there were many people who wanted to see him make a fool of himself. And these words were told to Lu Qin by Chen Fei. Time entered November, and autumn was getting stronger. After returning to Beijing from Hangzhou, Lu Qin met Chen Fei for the first time in a Western restaurant in Beijing. This restaurant was very famous and had the qualification of a Michelin restaurant. Usually, it was impossible to book a seat. But for Chen Fei, this was obviously not a problem. On the surface, the meeting between Lu Qin and Chen Fei was to discuss the latter's new album, but both of them knew very well that this was actually a real date. It was just that no one had the intention to point it out. I'm reminding you, don't get carried away. After eating the dessert after the meal, a small cream cake, Chen Fei was said to Lu Qin very seriously. Many newcomers in the circle were carried too high all of a sudden and then fell very badly and heavily. Lu Qin nodded. Recently, he had really been in the limelight. First, he saved people and punished criminals in Hangzhou. Then he engaged in charity crowdfunding, and then he was interviewed by China Youth Daily. Any newcomer, as long as he had one of these, would inevitably be able to brush his face in front of the public. Lu Qin had been in the limelight 3 times, and it could be said that he had gained both fame and fortune. So far, the number of fans on his Waves blog has officially exceeded the 10 million mark. The surge in fame brought real benefits. First of all, Whale TV was negotiating with Lu Shi to re-sign a contract with Lu Qin. Lu Qin's cooperation with Whale TV began half a year ago. The contract signed by the two sides was for 2 years. In addition to the reward income, there was an additional 500,000 signing fee every year. At that time, both parties were satisfied with the contract, but now it was no longer appropriate, because the contract was no longer worthy of Lu Qin's fame and value. It wasn't that Lu Qin took the initiative to break the contract, but Whale TV felt that it was necessary to re-sign the contract. Lu Qin started with Whale TV and became famous through Singing China. Although Whale TV gave him good treatment, the returns that Lu Qin brought to Whale TV were also amazing. Not to mention the popularity of Lu Fei's live broadcast room. His successful experience alone has allowed Whale TV to attract a lot of excellent anchor talents, and the number of register members has been rising steadily. Although Whale TV could pretend to be deaf and dumb and wait for Lu Qin to complete the 2-year contract. In this way, the possibility of Lu Qin renewing the contract is almost impossible. The most important thing is that this contract has already been exposed, making Whale TV very passive. 500,000 signing fee? This joke is a bit big. Therefore, in order to better cooperate between the two sides in the future, and in order to retain the golden signboard of Lu Qin, Whale TV offered a new contract to Lu Qin Studio. At present, Lu Shi is negotiating with Whale TV on behalf of Lu Qin, and it is estimated that the signing fee is at least 3 million. Lu Qin also intends to continue to cooperate with Whale TV for a period of time, but he will not give up the benefits he should get. In addition to Whale TV, there are a lot of people who want to sign endorsement contracts with Lu Qin, including several famous domestic and foreign brands. In addition, there are many performers and agencies who have come to the door, making Lu Shi very busy. As for other kinds of invitations, it is even more innumerable. The entertainment industry is a big Vanity Fair. Many artists who become famous overnight are easy to fall into the vortex of vanity and interests and are unable to extricate themselves. They gradually lose their original heart, and as a result, there are frequent scandals that lead to the destruction of their future. Chen Fei doesn't want Lu Qin to become one of them. She deeply understands how complicated the entertainment industry is. Fortunately, Lu Qin is an independent artist. If he is in a large entertainment agency, he doesn't know how many open and secret arrows he will have to face. Regarding Chen Fei's kind reminder, Lu Qin nodded and said, I know, Sister Fei. To be honest, he's been a little complacent recently. Fortunately, there are always good teachers and helpful friends around him. While answering, Lu Chun stretched out his hand and wiped the remaining cream on the corner of Chun Feier's mouth. Chun Fei suddenly froze, and her pretty face instantly flushed. In an instant, her beauty was indescribable. She didn't expect Lu Chun to be so bold. Lu Chun himself didn't expect it either. It's just that his fingers caressed the skin. That kind of soft, jade-like feeling made his courage soar. Lu Chun's hand fell and pressed on Chun Fei's small hand. He looked at the other party, his eyes bright. Chun Fei's eyes widened at first, and then under the gaze of Lu Chun, she shyly lowered her head. After a while, she probably came back to her senses and raised her head again to stare at Lu Chun, as if to say, "You're too bold." Lu Chun didn't want to let go and said bluntly, "Sister Fei, I like you." He wasn't a novice in love, and he didn't want to continue to hide his feelings for Chun Feier, so he simply took this opportunity to directly confess. Chun Feier's face blushed again, but she was after all not a teenage girl. Instead, she sighed softly and said, "Lu Chun, can you let me think about it?" She didn't deny that she also had a good impression of Lu Chun, but she really wasn't ready to start a relationship with a younger brother. Lu Chun nodded and retracted his hand. Okay. Chun Fei felt a little guilty. She held Lu Chun's big hand and said softly, "Thank you." Lu Chun didn't retract his hand. The two of them didn't say anything, but there was a kind of warmth flowing silently between them. The night outside the window also seemed to be a lot gentler. Chapter 218. At night, on the lakeside of Hohai, the flow of people was like a tide. In the vast sea of people, Lu Chun and Chun Fei walked side by side, bathed in the cool evening breeze, and strolled along the lakeside. Both of them were properly dressed, especially Chun Fei, who was completely different from her usual image, so none of the pedestrians and tourists who hurried past could recognize her. For star artists, it was really not easy to be able to walk and go shopping like ordinary people. There were many couples on the lakeside, either holding hands or sitting in each other's arms on the grass or benches. The air seemed to be filled with a sweet smell. In contrast, Lu Chun and Chun Fei, who kept a distance of half a foot, seemed a bit out of the ordinary. Chun Fei didn't speak and seemed to be thinking about something. Lu Chun wanted to find something to talk about, but he didn't know what to say. After all, in the restaurant before, he took the initiative to confess to the heavenly queen next to him, and he was still a little nervous. Just then, Chun Fei suddenly stopped. She stood in front of an advertising screen. This kind of LED advertising screen, with a width of about 2 meters, was very common in parks and commercial areas. It mainly played daily life information, such as traffic, weather, etc., and commercial and public service advertisements. The advertising screen, standing on the edge of the lakeside boulevard, had just switched. The brightly colored screen showed the picture of 3 beautiful girls who were wearing white school uniforms and snuggling up to each other, showing a sweet smile to everyone. In the middle of the picture, an eye-catching title was outlined in oil painting strokes, Immerse, not yet lovers. This was the first music video of the girl group of Flying Stone Records, Immerse, Beautiful Girls, and also the promotional film for their debut album. Since the day before yesterday, they've been the first to land in various media in Beijing and launched a huge warm-up campaign. Their singing floated out from the speakers hidden in the pillars of the advertising screen and into people's ears. Why can I only talk to you all night? Why do I want to see you again after saying goodbye? Among my friends, you are the most special. You always make me feel very close and close. Why do you care about who goes shopping with me? Why do you worry about who flirts with me? You say you treat me a little more than others, but you don't say how much more. We're more than friends, but we're not yet lovers. We're so sweet, but we're annoyed. We're so happy and confused. What will we become in the future? I can't wait to know the answer. The sound effects of the speaker attached to the advertising screen were very ordinary. In jargon, it was just a sound. However, the beautiful melody, the sweet voice with a little sadness, and the exquisite and beautiful picture made many passers-by and Chen Feier stopped to listen and watch the music video of Not Yet Lovers. In the scene, the three girls were studying, living, running, and playing on campus. Then, the female lead, Mu Xiaochu, bumped into the senior, Lu Chun, and a hazy, pure love unfolded. Feng Hui, the director of the music video, handled the picture very carefully. The constantly changing scenes made people feel as if they had returned to the campus of their youth. She showed the subtle feelings between the hero and the heroine just right. In particular, the heroine's pursuit and longing for a beautiful love made people's hearts beat faster. Lu Chun was fine. As the male lead, he had watched it several times. But Chen Feier was fascinated. For some reason, Lu Chun, who was standing next to Chen Feier, seemed to feel the throbbing of the heavenly queen's heart. Lu Chun couldn't help but reach out and hold her hand. Chen Feier's hand was a little cold. Her fingers, which were like spring onions, were evenly distributed and delicate like jade. When Lu Chun held her hand couldn't help but tremble, but she didn't break free. The two finished watching the video together. At the end of the music video, it was a shot of Lu Chun and Mu Xiaochu gazing at each other affectionately. Mu Xiaochu's innocence and cuteness, and Lu Chun's handsomeness were fully displayed in this shot. Chen Feier blinked and said, "Let's go." The two continued to move forward, but they didn't let go of each other's hands. As they walked, Chen Feier suddenly asked, "This music video is good. Do you keep in touch with Xiaochu often?" She turned her head and looked at Lu Chun. Her eyes, which were hidden behind her glasses, were shining like bright stars. Lu Chun said, "Rarely. I think of her as a younger sister." Chen Feier bit her lip and said, "You know what? In fact, I'm 28 years old this year. In order to make my debut in advance, my agent helped me change my household registration and lied about my age." Lu Chun, what? Chen Feier was ashamed and annoyed. "If I had known, I wouldn't have told you. Only a few people know about this." She tried hard to break free from Lu Chun's hand. "Sister Fei, I was wrong." Lu Chun quickly grabbed her hand, stopped, stared at her, and said, "In fact, I don't think age is a problem. Whether you're 30 or 28, I like you all the same." Lu Chun's eyes were gentle and sincere. He knew that Chen Feier had a knot in her heart about the issue of age. After all, there was a gap between them, but he had never thought that age would be a problem. And Lu Chun also knew that Chen Feier had never been afraid to talk about her age. She took the initiative to tell him this secret, which was undoubtedly a sign of trust. And now that the relationship between the two sides had finally broken through, Lu Chun didn't want to let go and go back to the past. He really liked Chen Feier. Chen Feier struggled a few times to no avail, and her pretty face blushed with shyness. There was a trace of softness in her eyes, and she said, "You make it sound nice. I'm an old woman. If I say I like you now, I may regret it in the future." Lu Chun smiled bitterly. "How can you be an old woman? Then what do I have to do to make you believe me, Sister Fei?" To be honest, no one would doubt Chen Feier if she said she was 22 years old, let alone 30 or 28 years old. In the eyes of many fans, Chen Feier, who had been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, was an ageless girl. Lu Chun thought, "Is Chen Feier jealous of Mu Xiaochu?" This thought actually made him a little complacent, and he was even more unwilling to let go. Narcissistic plus shameful. Chen Feier gave up struggling, thought seriously for a moment, and said, "Let go of me first. Let's take it slowly." After all, she was not a teenage girl, and she would not be easily moved by sweet words. Even if her heartstrings were touched, she was still reserved and refused to completely open her heart. Lu Chun said, "Okay then." He reluctantly let go of Chen Feier's hand, as if he was a child who had lost his favorite toy. Of course, he deliberately put on an act. Chen Feier couldn't help but laugh, and reached out to hold Lu Chun's arm. "Let's go." Lu Chun asked, "Where are we going?" Chen Feier tilted her head and said, "This place is very close to the bar pedestrian street, right? Let's go to Forget Worries Bar." Lu Chun, Chen Feier glanced at him, "Can I?" Lu Chun said with a smile, "Of course, there's no problem. I'll buy you a cup of burning. which is David's signature. Chun Fei nodded and said, "If there is no one else in the future, don't call me Sister Fei anymore." Lu Chen was stunned, and then immediately smiled and said, "Got it, Fei." Chun Fei bit her lip and also smiled. Although it was not directly said, both of them knew that their relationship had broken through. They could never go back to the past. When they arrived at Forget Grass Bar, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Although it was not a weekend, Forget Grass Bar's business was still very hot. There were basically no seats on the ground floor, and even the front of the bar was surrounded by many customers. Everyone drank, chatted, and listened to the singer on the stage. It was still the atmosphere that Lu Chan was familiar with. He squeezed to the front of the bar with Chun Fei and said to David, who was so busy that his feet didn't touch the ground, "Brother David, give me 2 cups of burning." David glanced at Lu Chan and was stunned. This guy looked a bit familiar, and his voice was even more familiar. OMG. He quickly recognized Lu Chan. "Lu Chan, why are you here?" "Ha ha ha ha." This fake foreigner laughed and said loudly to the customers in the bar, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Our boss Xiao Lu Chen is here. Everyone welcome him." Lu Chen owned 5% of Forget Grass Bar's shares, which was also his last tie with Forget Grass Bar. Speaking of which, Lu Chen had not been back for a long time. Lu Chen, hearing David shout, the customers present couldn't help but reveal a surprised smile and stood up one after another. "I haven't been here for a long time. What day is it today? What kind of wind is blowing?" "Lu Chen, we all miss you very much. Sing a song, a new song." Lu Chen quickly turned around and waved his hand. "Hello everyone, long time no see." The customers in Forget Grass Bar were all of high quality, whether it was old customers or new customers. Many of them greeted Lu Chen in a friendly manner. There were not many onlookers. Only a few customers came over to ask for autographs and photos. He satisfied the requests of these customers. The current Lu Chen was already a legendary figure in Forget Grass Bar and Ho-Hai's circle. But no one knew that the woman wearing a long dress beside Lu Chen was the real superstar. Only David looked at Chun Fei and carefully asked, "Lu Chen, this beautiful lady isn't also your sister, right?" The last time Lu Chen brought Lu Shi to Forget Grass Bar for the first time, David ended up treating her as Lu Chen's girlfriend. He still remembered the lesson. Lu Chen smiled and said, "This is also my sister." David couldn't help but roll his eyes. "May I ask, Mr. Lu Chen, how many sisters do you have?" He chatted with Lu Chen while skillfully mixing a cup of burning and delivered it in front of Chun Fei. "Beautiful and charming lady, please allow me to treat you to a cup of burning that I personally made." Saying that, he even pressed his left hand on his chest and made an elegant gentleman's bow. Chun Fei smiled and said, "Thank you." She took a sip of the wine and glanced at Lu Chen at the same time with a smile, as if saying, "He is much better at coaxing women than you." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Chapter 219. In Nepenthes bar, the atmosphere was at its best. Here, there wasn't the impetuous hustle and bustle of Sanliton's bars. There weren't any gaudy and messy electronic songs and dances, and there weren't any revelry or roars of excessive drinking. Customers sat around the tables, chatting and laughing in low voices or enjoying the music. In the corner, couples were whispering sweet nothings to each other, and well-trained waiters walked in between them with plates in their hands. On the stage, a delicate and pretty female singer was playing folk songs. Those feelings, love, and those sad and melancholy lyrics were like a gurgling stream, flowing into people's ears and hearts. In front of the bar, Chun Fei finished her second glass of burning. She was a little drunk. This cocktail was called Burning, which was a recipe developed by David himself. It was red like a flame, and it was as strong as fire. People with low alcohol tolerance would get drunk after drinking one glass. Chun Fei's alcohol tolerance was quite good, although as a singer, she couldn't drink too much to protect her voice. But as a person, the most important thing was to be happy. She was very happy that night, so she made an exception and drank a little more. This made Lu Chen a little worried. He leaned over and whispered in Chun Fei's ear, "Sister Fei, let me send you back?" Although up until now, no one had recognized her, It was hard to say if she was drunk. Maybe she would make the headlines tomorrow. Chun Fei turned her head, and the two almost touched lips. She didn't dodge and said with bright eyes, "The atmosphere here is very good. I want to sing." Lu Chen slightly shrank back and asked, "You want to sing?" If she went on stage and sang, she would definitely be recognized. Chun Fei nodded seriously, yes. The song she wanted to sing was not for others, but for herself. Lu Chen couldn't help but look back. Seeing that Sister Zhang was still sitting in the corner, he thought for a moment and asked, "What song?" Although it was a date that night, Chun Fei's assistant and chauffeur cum bodyguard were actually there. When the two of them took a stroll after dinner, they followed them from afar. Of course, they were also in the bar now. As a celebrity, especially a big star like Chun Fei, if there was no one around him when he was out, it would be very troublesome if he was recognized, not to mention the danger. Chun Fei moved closer to Lu Chen's ear and whispered two words. This was the title of a song, and one of the 3 songs Lu Chen wrote for her new album. Her breath blew into Lu Chen's ear. It was a little ticklish with the smell of alcohol. This made Lu Chen a little absent-minded, and he couldn't help but nod. It was as if he had been cursed. Lu Chen took Chun Fei backstage. Forget Worries Bar's resident and contracted singers were no longer the ones Lu Chen was familiar with. The Bionics had signed a contract with Light Rain Media and were now doing very well. Needless to say, Li Hong, Yi Jinyang, and Wang Xiaoshui had already left. It was normal for a bar to have an iron camp and a flowing stream of soldiers. But now, the singers backstage basically knew Lu Chen and Lu Chen's identity. Seeing Lu Chen and Chun Fei come in, they all stood up. "Hello, Brother Chun." These singers obviously knew that Lu Chen came to Forget Worries Bar at night, so they were pleasantly surprised but not surprised. Lu Chen smiled in response, and then said, "I'll be up next. I'll be collaborating with a friend." Hearing Lu Chen's words, some of the singers were surprised, and some were very happy. One of the female singers smiled and said, "I've long heard of your name. We're really lucky tonight." She even looked at Chun Fei with envy and jealousy. In Hohai's circle, Lu Chen had long been a dreamlike story. Apart from Lu Chen's own career development, there are the Wandering Band, Sister Na, and the North Needle Band, which has just released a single not long ago that has been held up by his hands alone. These people were the same as them. They were originally in Hohai. Now that they had soared, how could they not be envious? She also regarded Chun Fei as one of her peers, the very lucky kind. After a few minutes, the singer in front finished singing and Lu Chen and Chun Fei went on stage. He asked the waiter to push the piano out. Seeing this scene, the guests in the bar suddenly became excited. Lu Chen was going to sing. Today, Lu Chen was no longer the small singer in the bar. The number of times he came to Forget Worries Bar was getting fewer and fewer. So many old customers could only reminisce about the time when he played and sang on stage and bragged to his new companions. Today, it was a surprise for Lu Chen to appear here, but it was exciting for him to go on stage. Would Lu Chen come out with a new work tonight? One must know that Lu Chen had sung many original works in Forget Worries Bar. To be able to listen to Hatsune's new song was really a wonderful thing that was worth reminiscing about. Of course, although they were excited, everyone was still very polite and didn't make a racket. Instead, the bar became quiet. This was the reason why Lu Chen was willing to bring Chun Fei to Forget Worries Bar. It didn't matter much if he was recognized. Forget Worries Bar had also invited singers and artists in the circle to perform. He sat down in front of the piano and said to the microphone that had just been set up, "Everyone, long time no see." There was a sudden burst of boos in the bar. "You still have the nerve to say that?" Then they all laughed. Lu Chen also laughed. "I know I rarely come here now, so tonight I decided to make it up to everyone. I specially invited a friend to cooperate with me on a new song." It really was a new song. There was immediately a warm applause in the bar. Lu Chen got up and bowed to thank everyone, then made a gesture of invitation to Chun Fei. Chun Fei smiled sweetly and stood in the center of the stage, in front of the microphone. "Who is this?" Everyone looked at each other. No one immediately recognized Chun Fei, who was wearing glasses and had makeup. Only a few people faintly felt that she was a little familiar. Of course, since she was Lu Chen's friend, everyone still gave her face and also applauded to show their welcome. Chun Feier said softly, "Thank you." She nodded at Lu Chen, indicating that they could start. Lu Chen sat down again and played the prelude. The pure piano accompaniment was very pleasant to listen to. At the beginning, it caught everyone's ears and made everyone silent. Lu Chen's piano level was very ordinary, but compared to before, after a period of practice, playing a relatively simple song was not a problem at all. The song was not complicated, but it was very fresh for the regular customers in the bar. In the past, when they saw Lu Chen, he was always playing the guitar. But soon, everyone's attention was all attracted by Chun Feier, because she began to sing. There are not too many people who want to see you, but are still waiting. Is heartbreaking, broken into a river, walking forward alone in the vicissitudes of life, saying to live well. But no matter how busy I am, I can't quench the thirst of love. When I meet you, I don't say it's worth it, not worth it. When I brush shoulders, I help each other, being a passerby, walking forward alone in the vicissitudes of life, saying to live well. But no matter how busy I am, I can't quench the thirst of love. Humming your song across the mountains and seas, riding the waves and sailing, forgetting you and forgetting me. From then on, the river is only a legend. Heaven and earth melted, stars swallowed, humming your song across the mountains and seas, riding the waves and sailing, forgetting you and forgetting me. From then on, the river is only a legend. Heaven and earth melted, stars swallowed. The name of this song was Sea of Faces. Chun Feier sang it drunkenly and sang it a little carelessly, but her singing skills were impeccable, calm, and not ostentatious. The poetic lyrics were sung leisurely, like the sounds of nature. It was a simple accompaniment and a simple singing, but it was like a clear spring that nourished one's heart. Inadvertently, one's impetuosity was washed away and one's whole body relaxed, immersed in the artistic conception created by the singing. The bar was quiet, no one spoke or walked around, and all eyes fell on Chun Feier. Chun Feier sang very self-consciously and emotionally. Lu Chen wrote 3 songs for her, and the one that resonated with her the most was Woman Flower. But her favorite was Sea of Faces. Perhaps from an artistic point of view, Sea of Faces was not as good as Woman Flower and did not have the potential to become a classic, but she liked it. When Chun Feier sang, humming your song across the mountains and seas, she couldn't help but look back at Lu Chen. Her eyes were gentle. This was not the first time she cooperated with Lu Chen, but it was the first time she sang this song in public. She just wanted to sing it here at this time. Tenderness is sung by you. You are faintly seen on the other side. Build a boat in the wind and never look back. Even if you want to conquer only the desert. Cherishing is the rarest. Loving you makes life vast. Tenderness is sung by me, accompanying you in the sea of faces without stopping. Humming your song across the mountains and seas, treading on the waves and sailing, forgetting you and forgetting me. From then on, the river is just a legend. Heaven and earth melted, stars swallowed. At the climax of the chorus, Chun Feier's voice was a little higher, and the characteristics of her voice were vividly displayed. The feelings contained in the song also became stronger. Finally, someone heard it. It's a bit like Chun Feier. Not just a bit, but the more they looked, the more similar they looked. After being reminded, everyone had a feeling of enlightenment. When Chun Feier sang for the second time, many people couldn't sit still. There was even a small commotion in the bar. Chun Feier smiled and took off the glasses that covered her face. She felt so good. Then let's give everyone a surprise. There was no need to hide anymore. It was really a surprise. In the Forget Grass bar, it was as if a heavy bomb had exploded silently. Many people couldn't believe their eyes. The person who sang in front of them was actually Chun Feier. Some people stood up and hurriedly sat back down, their faces flushed. Some girls opened their eyes wide and covered their mouths, and some secretly took out their mobile phones to take photos. But more people were still seriously enjoying the song, because it was not easy to get, so they had to cherish it. Note, Sea of Faces lyricist. Hung Chu/composer, Yen Chi. Chapter 220. Among the bars in Hohai, Forget Worries Bar was not the biggest, whether in terms of scale or reputation. But its business had always been good, and it had a group of regular customers. Before the boss, Chun Jinhao, opened the bar, he was also considered as a person in the circle. His connections and reputation were quite good, so he was able to invite a few celebrities to come over and raise the reputation and style of Forget Worries Bar. However, the singers he could invite were basically second or third-rate singers, or even lower, but for the customers, it was undoubtedly an extra surprise. Because Chun Jinhao never relied on invited people in the circle as advertising gimmicks. Naturally, he would not increase the price or even sell tickets. This was a big difference compared to other people in the industry who use celebrities as money trees. So it was not unusual to see celebrities performing on stage in Forget Worries Bar. But the situation at night was completely different, because the one on stage was Chun Fei-er, a very high-status heavenly queen in the circle. Under normal circumstances, she would not appear in a small place like Forget Worries Bar. In the entire Hohai, perhaps only Blue Lotus had the qualifications to invite her to visit, and it also depended on luck. But now, not only was Chun Fei-er invited by Lu Chun, but she also sang an enchanting work. Her singing was so beautiful, so emotional. From now on, the river is only a legend. The heaven and earth melt, the stars swallow. When Chun Fei-er finished singing the last two lines, when Lu Chen's piano accompaniment only left a lingering sound, the more than 200 customers in Forget Worries Bar could no longer suppress their excitement and applauded in unison. Their enthusiastic cheers seemed to be able to tear the roof off, passing through the glass windows to the pedestrian street outside. Many pedestrians stopped and turned their heads to look over. Such a lively scene was very rare in a bar in Hohai. Lu Chen stood up, looked at Chun Fei-er, and smiled. Although there was no dialogue, everything was expressed without words. Chun Fei-er very reservedly bowed slightly and softly said, "Thank you." "Sing another song," a customer pleaded, even begged. "It's too good to hear." This kind of opportunity was too rare. His words resonated with many people, and the applause lasted for a long time. However, Chun Fei-er had already had enough fun. She smiled, shook her head, and waved at Lu Chun. Lu Chun knew that she was about to leave and say goodbye to him. He nodded. Chun Fei-er blinked her eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on her pretty face. Then, she turned around and walked down the stage with light steps. She was like a fairy in a dream, disappearing from the people's sight, leaving behind an incomparably graceful figure. Lu Chun didn't see Chun Fei off, nor did he leave with her. Because her identity had been exposed, it was not appropriate for her to continue staying here. She came here together, but left differently, to prevent the boring scandal from happening again. After all, there were so many people at the scene who took out their phones to take pictures. The customers in Forget Worries Bar were considered to be of good quality, but they still violated the rules of the bar in their excitement. Photography was not allowed here, but the waiters couldn't stop so many people from breaking the rules. Chun Fei-er's charm was too strong. Lu Chun didn't need to worry about her leaving. Her assistant and bodyguards were all there, and there was also a small door to leave the bar backstage. Although there was a little regret, tonight was already very perfect for him. Lu Chun turned around and said to the disappointed customers, "Sister Fei has left, then I'll sing a few more songs." Everyone's disappointed mood was instantly reversed. One shouldn't be too greedy. To be able to hear Chun Fei-er sing live, and it was a new work at that, was already a great fortune, and they couldn't ask for too much. Soon, Lu Chun was still there, and he wanted to continue singing, which was enough to satisfy their ears. Therefore, the commotion in the bar subsided in the blink of an eye, and the customers returned to their seats. There were also people secretly speculating that the relationship between Lu Chun and Chun Fei-er was so good. Were the rumors between the two of them true? Is this true? At the same moment, in the Jinhui building, more than 10 kilometers away from Forget Grass Bar in Hohai, In an office of Alchwang Film and Television Production Company, Yin Xingyi stared at the video on the computer screen with a look of disbelief. Alchwang Film and Television was a medium-sized film and television production company. It had been established for 15 years. It was a little famous in the industry and had invested in shooting many TV series with good ratings. Yin Xingyi was one of the TV series directors signed by Alchwang Film and Television. This middle-aged and old man, who was about to reach the age of knowing destiny, was burly, had a loud voice, thick eyebrows, big eyes, a square face, and neatly combed hair dyed black. He had a very dignified aura. People familiar with director Yin knew that he paid great attention to his personal image and rarely lost his composure. But now, just watching a video, Yin Xingyi seemed to have seen a ghost and asked, "Is it really not a stunt?" He had just finished filming this morning and came back from the location. In the evening, he went to the company to work overtime to deal with the accumulated work during this period. At the same time, he had to choose several actors from the database. As a result, his assistant recommended him the newcomer who had been in the limelight recently. The other party's name was Lu Chun. Yin Xingyi had no impression of Lu Chun. In the past 6 months, he had been busy with the filming of the TV series Urban Love and usually had no time to pay attention to the gossip news in the circle. But the video given to him by his assistant made him have the most profound impact on Lu Chun in an instant. In the video, the scene of Lu Chun taking off his clothes and flying, and then kicking the assailant down with one blow was really too shocking. It made people feel very unreal, as if they were shooting a certain explosive action movie. Yin Xingyi didn't doubt the authenticity of the video. What happened in Hangzhou was so sensational that even if he was busy with work, he had heard about it, but it wasn't until today that he saw the video of the scene. He was shocked at once. Yin Xingyi's assistant said with a smile, "Boss, of course it's true. It was on the headlines of many newspapers, and it was on the top of the hot list in the Waves blog. It's still very popular." Yin Xingyi reached out with a wry smile and combed his hair. He sighed, "According to you young people, I'm really out of date. I really have to pay more attention to the internet." He also had a V account in the Waves blog, but he usually didn't use it. It was taken care of by his assistant. The assistant complimented, "Boss, you are not behind the times. You are still young." Yin Xingyi smiled and waved his hand. He didn't eat the assistant's flattery. He asked tentatively, "Guozi, do you want him to try the role of Chun Yaoyang?" The assistant replied frankly, "Yes, I think Lu Chun is very suitable for the role of Chun Yaoyang." As Yin Xingyi's most powerful and trusted assistant, Guozi is usually asked by some small stars and artists on the 3rd or 4th tier, and even the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th tier to get a role in Yin Xingyi's TV series. If the time is right and the role is right, Guozi doesn't mind recommending it to director Yin. He could get a lot of benefits and even extra enjoyment from it, which can be regarded as the biggest source of extra income. Yin Xingyi was actually well aware of it, but Guozi knew his limits very well. He never made his own decisions for him and never overstepped his duties as an assistant, so he was happy to pretend to be confused. If he didn't give his subordinates some benefits, who would be willing to work loyally? But the role of Chun Yaoyang was different. It was an important supporting role at the beginning of the 2nd season of Urban Love, which affected the ratings of the series to a certain extent, so he had to take it seriously. Urban Love was the focus of Alchwang Film and Television Production Company this year, with huge investment. The so-called weekend drama refers to the drama that is broadcast on Saturday and Sunday nights, usually 1 episode a night. After entering the new century, the domestic film and television industry has been greatly impacted by foreign culture. The popular fashion of Europe, the United States, Japan, and South Korea prevailed in China for a while, bringing great changes to the entire industry. The emergence of weekend dramas is a good example. It combines the characteristics of American and Korean dramas, is produced in the form of filming and broadcasting at the same time, and the number of episodes to be filmed is determined by the ratings. If the ratings are high and the audience likes it, then it will be filmed more. After the 1st season, there will be a 2nd season, a 3rd season. As long as the TV commercials sell well, it won't be a problem to shoot 10 seasons. But if the ratings are not good, it may be aborted after shooting 10 episodes, and there is no room for negotiation. For film and television production companies, shooting weekend dramas has its advantages and disadvantages, but the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. Yin Xingyi is the director of Urban Love. So far, all 24 episodes of the first season have been shot, and 18 episodes have been broadcast on TV. The ratings are not bad, at least worthy of the investors. Influenced by American dramas, the shooting of weekend dramas has high requirements and short-term capital investment. In order to control the risk, film and television production companies like Alchwang will bring in investors to share the pressure. Urban Love has been confirmed to start shooting, and the company has put forward higher requirements. The screenwriter has added more brand-new characters in the new script, so selecting actors has become Yin Xingyi's main task now. He was worried that Guizi would lose his sense of propriety and bring trouble to his work. This is what director Yin can't stand. "Boss, I don't even know this Lu Chun," Guizi hurriedly cried out. "Isn't Chen Yaoyang's position as a young and handsome policeman? You see, Lu Chen's skills are very good, right? He is 100% trained in martial arts, taekwondo or kickboxing, and he controlled a mouse and opened another video. Look at his personal image again." Guizi opened. It was the music video, Not Yet Lovers, shot by Lu Chun and MSN. In this music video, Lu Chun plays the role of a college student who plays opposite Mu Xiaochu, which can be regarded as a natural performance. His sunny handsomeness, as well as his natural performance, made Yin Xingyi's eyes light up. The director made a decision on the spot, then contact this Lu Chun and asked him to participate in the audition the day after tomorrow. Yin Xingyi felt that there was a temperament in Lu Chun that met his requirements. Chen Yaoyang is him. Chapter 221. You're too unkind. As soon as Lu Chun picked up the phone, Chun Jinhao's angry roar immediately came from the phone. Lu Chun, he hadn't even eaten breakfast yet, and he was sprayed with a dumbfounded face. He asked in surprise, "Brother Kinho, what's wrong? What's wrong? What do you think?" Chun Jinhao said angrily, "Last night, you brought Chen Fer to Forget Worries Bar, and you didn't even inform me. Do you think you're unkind?" Last night, when Lu Chun and Chun Fei went to the bar, Chun Jinhao wasn't there. When he got the news and rushed over, not to mention Chun Fei, even Lu Chun had already left. Big Boss Chun was unhappy in his heart, especially when he heard his old customers say how good Chun Fei's new song was. His heart was like a nest of wild cats, scratching and scratching, and he was extremely unhappy. Chun Jinhao was a fan of Chun Fei. Although he wasn't a die-hard fan, crazy fan, or brainless fan, he was still a true fan. In the drawer of his room, he kept all of Chun Fei's CD albums. Missing such an opportunity really made him beat his chest and stamp his feet. At that time, he called Lu Chun, but Lu Chun's phone was turned off, so he called again this morning. Lu Chun said with a smile, "Brother Jinhao, you really wronged me. Last night, it was Sister Fei who decided to go to Forget Worries Bar. Even if I called you at that time, you wouldn't be able to get to the scene. If there's a chance in the future, I'll invite Sister Fei to come over again." Of course, Chun Jinhao wasn't really angry. What he wanted was Lu Chun's words. He suddenly smiled. "You're getting more and more promising now. Even Heavenly Queen Chun treats you differently. You two cough cough." He wanted to ask if they were really hooking up, but he felt that it would be too much, so he swallowed it back down. Lu Chun smiled bitterly. "We are friends, brother and sister." Chun Jinhao said, "It's best if they're siblings. Otherwise, I'll be jealous. Remember what you said." Lu Chun was speechless and ended the call with Chun Jinhao. At this time, a man in a tight-fitting t-shirt with short hair walked over and asked, "Lu Chun, let's practice a few moves." The 30-year-old man was called Wan Yong, and he was the coach in charge of fighting in the Borui Club. The Borui Club was the property of Li Mubai's family. When Lu Chun first came here, it was Li Mushi who brought him here. Later, she gave him a high-level VIP card so that he could use all the fitness equipment here for free. There was a fighting hall in the Borui Club, which was not open to the public except for the members. The coaches and some members of the hall came from the military and worked part-time in the security company owned by the Leaf family. This place was equivalent to a small training base for them. It would be a waste not to use it. With the help of his relationship with Li Mubai and Li Mushi, Lu Chun moved his daily exercise to the Borui Club because it was easy for him to find martial arts partners here. The people in the fighting hall, including Wan Yong, admired Lu Chen's strength. Therefore, there was no shortage of people who humbly asked him for advice. And Lu Chun also brought some changes to the club's fighting hall, such as the wooden dummies erected next to the ring. This was specially ordered to practice Wing Chun. He paid for it himself, and anyone could use it. Lu Chun had his own ideas. He was now very familiar with Wan Yong, and they had a good relationship. Hearing the latter's challenge, Lu Chun did not talk nonsense and made an okay gesture. Wan Yong chuckled and stretched out his hand to grab onto the ropes of the ring, then abruptly leaped up. He was an upright veteran. He had honed his skills in the army and liked to compare notes with others. Unfortunately, in the Borui Club, there was no one who could match him. Li Mushi was very powerful, but Wan Yong had never been serious with her and had always given in to this young lady. Wan Yong was actually quite depressed. It wasn't until the appearance of Lu Chun that he got back the feeling of fighting and could fight freely. Therefore, the morning's fight became a reserved program for the two. Lu Chun was just about to go up, but his cell phone rang again. This was the third call he received in the morning. Lu Chun shook his head, more or less understanding the helplessness of star artists. It was his sister, Lu Shi, who called him. Lu Shi told him a piece of good news. Alchwang Film and Television Production Company just called and invited you to audition for the TV series Urban Love tomorrow. They said that there's a role that should be very suitable for you. TV series? Lu Chen's spirit was suddenly refreshed. What role? Of course, it's a male supporting role, playing a policeman. Lu Shi said, it's about 5 episodes. If it's popular, there's still a chance for a sequel. Lu Chun said decisively, no problem. I'll go to the audition. So far, Lu Chun has only shot a commercial and a music video in terms of performance. Although director Zhang Wentian promised to give Lu Chun a role in his blockbuster film earlier, the film has not been officially started yet, and there may be some changes. There are really too many people staring at Zhang Wentian's blockbuster. Lu Chun intends to develop in the field of film and television. He intends to walk the path of film, television, and singing, but he has not found a suitable opportunity to cut in. Now that someone has invited him to audition, how could he miss it? And the role is a policeman, which is very much to his liking. Lu Shi said, I have agreed for you, and the other party has also sent the script. You'd better hurry up and prepare. The ratings of this TV series are good, and there will definitely be a lot of people competing. Lu Chun said, then I'll be back right away. He apologized to Wan Yong and then drove back to his studio. The script sent by Alchwang Film and Television Production Company has been printed. In fact, it's just 2 thin pages of A4 paper. The main character involved is called Chun Yaoyang, and his identity is a young policeman who has just graduated from the police academy. He is kind, brave, and has good skills. The role positioning is very clear. In the plot of the script, Chun Yaoyang catches the thief who steals the heroine, and the two meet each other. The former is attracted by the latter and launches a passionate pursuit. The heroine also has a good impression of Chun Yaoyang, but her heart always remembers the hero who has just broken up with her, so a painful story unfolds. Of course, comrade Chun Yaoyang can't get along with Pan Xia in the end. Lu Chun read it carefully and felt that the role was not very difficult, but he still made careful preparations. After understanding, the TV series Urban Love is still being broadcast on the city channel of Beijing television. At present, the national ratings are 0, 35%, and the Beijing and Tianjin ratings are 1, 9%, which is not bad. The first season of Urban Love is coming to an end, and the role Lu Chun auditioned for will appear in the first episode of the second season. So it belongs to an important supporting role. An Alchwang Film and Television Production Company, which produced this TV series, has a good reputation in the industry, and the director Yin Xingyi has a good reputation. It is definitely not a grassroots team. In short, it's a rare opportunity. It should be known that in Beijing, there are not only famous schools such as Beijing Film Academy, Chinese Opera Academy, and Beijing Arts Academy, but also a large number of actors and artists. An ordinary TV series is very popular. If the news about the role is leaked out, it will definitely attract a group of people to fight for it. Lu Chen knew that he was definitely not the only candidate for the audition, but he didn't expect the competition to be so fierce. At 9 o'clock the next morning, when Lu Chen arrived at Alchwang Film and Television Production Company ahead of time, there were already 5 or 6 opponents sitting in the small room outside the conference room for the audition. What they have in common with Lu Chen is that they are all very young, good-looking, handsome, and full of confidence. When Lu Chen came in, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Someone obviously recognized him and frowned. But until Lu Chen found a seat to sit down, no one spoke, and the atmosphere in the room was very depressing. Plus Lu Chen, there were a total of 7 people participating in the audition. Interestingly, Alchwang Film and Television Production Company actually provided props and costumes for all the auditionees. That is, police uniforms and all sizes are available. Lu Chen asked for a suit that fits him and changed in Alchwang's dressing room. When he came out, the eyes of the little girl in charge of costume and props management in Alchwang were shining. He's really handsome. Lu Chen was the tallest of all the people who participated in the audition, and his physique was very well proportioned. He was simply a natural clothes rack, and he was particularly stylish in uniform. At 9:30, the audition officially began. Lu Chen was ranked 4th. The first person who went in first came out after only 5 minutes, looking dejected and disheartened. His audition process was obviously a failure and was rejected on the spot. The second one went in and stayed inside for 7 minutes. He also came out with an ugly expression. The third one went in. Some of the young people who were still sitting in the room, waiting, were obviously nervous. Some bowed their heads in silence. Some stared at the script in their hands. And even Lu Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. But there was a man with peach blossom eyes who looked very relaxed, leaning against the chair with his legs crossed, with a faint smile on his face, as if victory was in his grasp. Lu Chen couldn't help but take another look at him. This man with peach blossom eyes had a feminine appearance. His age, appearance, and dress were in line with the popular young fresh meat. His skin was very white, with a hint of femininity. Probably noticing Lu Chen's gaze, he turned his head, and the corners of his lips evoked a cynical arc, as if to say, "With me here, don't even think about it." Unfortunately, Lu Chen couldn't remember who the other party was. There were really a lot of people with similar appearances in the circle. Lu Chen, the third one, came out even faster. In just a few minutes, he was out. When he came out, he looked like a frosted eggplant. So it was the turn of Lu Chen, who was in 4th place. Hearing his name, Lu Chen immediately stood up, tidied up his uniform, and walked into the audition conference room. At this moment, his mood became very calm. Chapter 222. Countless memories emerged in Lu Chen's mind. They were all memories belonging to Mo Ran. This powerful actor in the dream world is deep and introverted, strong-willed, and has outstanding talent. But his luck has always been bad, and he has never been a real protagonist. Although Mo Ran was very open-minded about this, Lu Chen knew that it was one of the biggest regrets in his life. As an actor, who doesn't want to be the protagonist? Lu Chen once made a vow in his heart to help Mo Ran realize his long-cherished wish in his own world. So today's audition was undoubtedly an excellent start. His mind was full of thoughts, but his expression was calm and his steps were steady and powerful. Because Lu Chen knew that, as an actor coming to the audition, the first impression left on the director was very important. He didn't want to deduct points in this regard. The conference room of Alchwang was not big. For the needs of the audition, the conference table had been readjusted, leaving enough space for the actors who came for the audition. Behind a long table sat 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, with paper and pens in front of them and a digital camera next to them. 2 young men and women stood side by side. Lu Chen stood in front of the judges, first bowed to them, and then said, "Hello, Director Yin, hello. Teachers, I'm Lu Chun. Please advise me." Among the 4 judges, he recognized Yin Qingyi, the director of Urban Love. After receiving the audition notice, the studio sorted out the corresponding information for Lu Chen. There was a photo of Yin Qingyi on the internet, so he couldn't be mistaken. When Lu Chen came in, everyone's eyes lit up. Compared with the first 3 guys who were quickly eliminated, Lu Chen's appearance conditions were undoubtedly much better. He was tall and handsome enough, wearing a police uniform. He had the kind of hot-blooded momentum of a generous man. In the jargon, with his style, if he acted in an anti-Japanese war film or a spy war film, he would be wearing the uniform of an underground worker, full of sunshine and righteousness. The most important thing was that Lu Chen's performance was calm and polite, not like a newcomer at all. Yin Qingyi was very satisfied. He came to preside over the audition today, mainly to interview Lu Chen. Everyone else was just a foil, a necessary procedure. After all, the company and the investors had their own requirements. For example, the middle-aged woman with gold-rimmed glasses sitting on the far right was the representative of the largest investor. Yin Qingyi didn't have much of a good impression of this person and was a little worried that she would cause trouble for him. Similar things had happened several times already. However, Lu Chen was so outstanding that she had nothing to say. "Hello, Lu Chen." The director showed a kind smile, nodded and asked, "Have you read the script?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, I've seen them all." Not only had he read the contents of the 2 thin pieces of A4 paper, but he had also memorized them. There were a few scenes that were part of the audition. "That's good." Yin Qingyi pointed to the young man and woman standing next to the camera and said, "Then you can try it. The 2 of them will play the heroine and the thief, respectively." Wang obviously attached great importance to this interview. Not only did they prepare uniforms, but they also had people to accompany them. In this way, the interviewee didn't need to be empty when performing, which was conducive to their own level. Lu Chen nodded. Okay. The script had been in his mind for a long time, and he had repeatedly figured it out many times. Naturally, there was no problem performing on the spot. The assistant sitting next to Yin Qingyi pressed the play button of a digital video recorder on the table. The sound of heavy traffic in the city immediately sounded in the conference room. The man and woman who accompanied the actor stood separately. The man was behind the woman's side, staring at the latter's bag. He slowly extended his hand towards the bag. The scene of this play was in the subway. The heroine was targeted by a thief, and the male police officer came to her aid. Because of this, the 2 became entangled and had emotional entanglements. At the moment when the thief made his move, Lu Chen, who was standing a few steps away, looked cold, and his dark eyes revealed a cold light, as if an eagle was staring at a fox, and the muscles of his whole body suddenly tightened. Good. Yin Qingyi couldn't help but give Lu Chen a thumbs up in his heart. As the saying goes, an expert can be seen as soon as he makes a move. Yin Qingyi has been a director for so many years, and his eyes for watching a play are undoubtedly more profound than his directing skills. What he was most worried about was Lu Chen's acting skills, because the latter was not a professional or even a real actor. Lu Chen was a newcomer singer who had just made his debut. Although Lu Chen has already shot commercials and MVs, in Yin Qingyi's opinion, it was not worth mentioning at all. Although Urban Love is a youth idol film, this director, Yin, still has high requirements for the actor's acting skills. Just now, Lu Chen's expression, eyes, and seemingly subconscious movements made him realize that he might have picked up a treasure today. It felt so good. In the next step, Lu Chen turned sideways and approached the thief with a big stride. His right hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the thief's hand that the latter had just retracted, firmly grasping it. Without waiting for the other party to react, Lu Chen's left hand had already grabbed his shoulder, and at the same time, his right leg swept across the knee joint. The thief was caught off guard and lost his balance in an instant. He was put to the ground by Lu Chen with a standard grappling movement, and his hands were firmly locked. "Ah!" the 4 judges exclaimed in unison. Because the script did not require actors to do this at all, after being caught, the thief would be twisted and pressed to the ground. Unlike now, where he was completely helpless and was controlled by Lu Chun like a puppet. The thief, classmate, wouldn't really be hurt, right? In fact, their worries were superfluous. Lu Chun controlled his strength very well. Although the actor was restrained, he was not hurt at all. He just instinctively screamed. Lu Chun ignored the person who received the lunchbox, took the wallet he had just stolen from the other party's hand, and half squatted down and handed it to the female lead. He smiled and said, "Miss, is this your wallet?" The female lead was completely stunned and didn't know how to deal with it. It took a while for her to wake up from a dream. She took the wallet handed over by Lu Chun with a red face and said softly, "Thank you." Lu Chun didn't continue to act, but helped the bitter thief up, helped the other party pat the dust off his body a few times, and said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. Are you hurt?" The person who received the lunchbox shook his head and showed a look of admiration on his face. "You're so amazing." Lu Chun smiled and turned to face the judges. Yan Qingyi was the first to raise his hand, clapped his hands, and clapped very hard. Lu Chun not only met his requirements for the role of Chen Yaoyang, but he was also extraordinarily excellent. Lu Chun's skill was not a special skill, but real kung fu. Not to mention that he was young and handsome, his acting skills were first class, and he knew martial arts. He was simply a perfect idol star. Yan Qingyi firmly believed that Lu Chun was Chen Yaoyang. The director was even excited. According to Lu Chun's level, the scenes related to him could be stretched out for several episodes. The others also applauded. This didn't happen at all in the previous interviews. Yan Qingyi put down his hand and said with a smile, "Very good, I think. What Yan Qingyi never expected was that just as he opened his mouth to express his approval of Lu Chun, the investor representative sitting on the far right interrupted, "You are not very suitable for the role of Chen Yaoyang." As soon as this remark came out, everyone present was stunned, including Lu Chun. Everyone looked at the middle-aged woman with incredulous eyes. The latter reached out and lifted her gold-rimmed glasses, then smiled at Lu Chun and said, "Lu Chun, your appearance and acting skills are very good, and I like it very much, but you are too tall, not good enough for the female lead," and after a pause, she continued, "You are putting too much pressure on the male lead, which is not conducive to the overall style of our show, so it's really a pity." Unexpectedly, he was rejected, and it was for such a reason. Lu Chun was speechless. This person was not denying his strength, but thought that he was too strong, so he overtook the main role. Such a strong reason made him speechless, and Yan Qingyi's face turned blue. What bullshit reason? He chose Lu Chun. This was the effect he wanted. The ratings of the first season of Urban Love were ordinary. Although the second season was renewed to continue filming, in order to improve the ratings, there must be highlights or even explosive points. The role of Chen Yaoyang was exactly where the breakthrough point was, and an actor like Lu Chun was needed to shine. Moreover, Lu Chun's fame was not small, and he had nearly 10 million fans on the Waves blog. This was the guarantee of ratings. The representative of the investors actually thought that Lu Chun had overtaken the main role. His brain was simply flooded with water. If this was a movie, there would be a problem if the light of the supporting role was stronger than the protagonist. But as a fast-paced weekend show, a good supporting role would undoubtedly bring a sense of freshness to the audience. It was a good thing to have controversy and conflict. He said flatly, "Manager Gong, I don't think these are problems." The middle-aged woman still smiled. "Director Yin, then let's put it aside first and let the people behind us finish trying. If there is no more suitable one, then we can consider this Mr. Lu Chun, okay?" Yan Qingyi finally understood. What bullshit pressure. It was clear that the investors already had a candidate. They were 100% waiting for the audition in the back. What was too much was that the other party did not discuss it with him in advance and set him up at the critical moment. As for the reason, it was very complicated. But the world was big, the investment was the biggest, and it was easy to annoy the investors and replace the director. The first season of Urban Love had already been filmed, and Yan Qingyi's importance to this TV series had not reached the level of indispensable. Unless the ratings of the first season were so high that people could not ignore his role. Yan Qingyi couldn't help but be disheartened and said expressionlessly, "Whatever." This was the loudest protest he could muster. Chapter 223. The judges were arguing. Lu Chun had eyes to see, ears to hear, and he wasn't stupid. How could he not understand? Director Yan Qingyi undoubtedly appreciated and supported him. But this manager Gong obviously had other plans, and it was most likely a representative of the investors. Otherwise, Yan Qingyi wouldn't be so helpless. It should be known that the power of film and TV series directors is usually very high. Although before Alchuang Film and Television Production Company, Lu Chun wasn't sure that the role belonged to him, and failing the audition and being rejected was one of the expected situations, but he was still a little upset. Since the role has been decided internally, why bother asking me to come over? Is this interesting? Of course, on the surface, Lu Chun still remained calm and said with a faint smile, "Thank you, Director Yin. Thank you, teachers." There was no need to lose his temper. The entertainment industry was never a fairy tale world. It was a very naive idea to expect everything to be fair and just. Only when you are strong enough to make people look up to you can you have the ability to make rules. Manager Gong smiled and said, "There is still a chance. Please wait for our notice." In fact, she also had a very good impression of Lu Chun and understood that Lu Chun was completely competent for the role of Chen Yaoyang. But she knew better whose meal she was eating and who she was working for, so she could only say sorry. Yan Qingyi watched with great regret as Lu Chun turned around and walked out of the conference room, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. He said expressionlessly, "Next." When Lu Chun came out, the man with peach blossom eyes had just stood up. The two people's eyes happened to meet. Lu Chun saw a hint of pride and mockery in the other party's eyes. He knew in his heart that this was probably the internally decided candidate. After leaving Alchuang, Lu Chun returned to the studio. Seeing Lu Shi, his sister asked with concern, "How was the audition? Did you pass?" Li Feiyu, Chen Xin, and others also pricked up their ears. If Lu Chun could star in a TV series, that would be really great. He would develop in all aspects of film, TV, and song, and become a triple superstar. Lu Chun shook his head and said, "I was rejected. They have already decided internally." Damn, his elder sister cursed, which was rare for her. How could they do that? She was really angry. Although Lu Chun can't be compared with the top stars on the same line, he first won the championship of Singing China, and then his album sold well. The fans of Wei's blog are more than 10 million, and he can't be regarded as an ordinary person. In the end, he still couldn't resist the unspoken rules of others. He felt like he had been played badly. Lu Chun comforted her instead. "It's okay. There will be many opportunities in the future. The director actually thinks highly of me." Lu Shi rolled her eyes at him and asked, "How do you know they're not singing a duet?" Lu Chun smiled bitterly. He was not 100% sure, but Yan Qingyi should be quite sincere. However, there was really no point in saying all this now. Lu Shi didn't want to continue hurting her brother, so she said, "I have some good news on my side." Lu Chun perked up. "What news?" Lu Shi said, "The new contract with Whale TV has basically been finalized." The new contract between Lu Chun and Whale TV has been negotiated by Lu Shi for some time. Now, there's finally a result. In fact, the difference between the two sides is not very big, and the desire to continue cooperation is very strong. The main problem is the signing fee and the length of the anchor. Lu Shi is working hard to fight for the greatest benefits for Lu Chun. The final result was to terminate the original contract and re-sign a new one-year contract. Lu Chun will become the star spokesperson of Whale TV with an endorsement fee of 3.8 million yuan after tax. In addition, the proportion of gifts has been increased by 5%. Lu Chun also has to participate in website-related promotional activities, and there are requirements for live broadcast time and exclusivity. Both sides are very satisfied with this contract. The endorsement fee of 3.8 million yuan, if added with personal income tax, is almost 5 million yuan. In fact, the endorsement fee for external publicity is 5 million yuan. Compared with Lu Chun's current value, This amount of money is definitely more than a lot, which is conducive to promoting his position. However, Whale TV will never suffer a loss. Lu Chen's miraculous rise in Whale TV has brought a lot of popularity resources to the platform and has also attracted more excellent anchors to join. The effect of publicity and advertising is completely worth such a price tag. The most important thing is that Lu Chen's future development is limitless. It is definitely better to sign early than to sign late. It is a win-win situation. Hearing that there are millions of yuan in his account, Lu Chen is of course very happy. Some time ago, in order to pay off his family's debts and redeem his own villa, he sold his online crowdfunding shares along with a large part of the studio's liquidity. And the daily expenses of the studio are not a small amount. With this endorsement fee, there is no problem. Lu Chen plans to buy a larger house in Beijing before the end of the year. He still has to work hard to make money and make more money. Therefore, Lu Chen quickly put the audition behind him and regarded it as a joke. However, things are not as simple as he thought. The next afternoon, when Lu Chen was practicing the piano in the studio, Lu Shi came over with a laptop. She angrily pointed out the web page opened on the screen to Lu Chen. What was displayed on the screen was entertainment news from a certain website. The content was that the second season of the recently popular TV series Urban Love was about to start filming, and the currently popular Little Fresh Meat artist Jiang Dongjun would play an important new supporting role. Originally, this kind of soft propaganda was very common and could be found everywhere in major entertainment media and websites. But this news also specifically mentioned Lu Chen, saying that Lu Chen also participated in the audition, and the director still chose Jiang Dongjun. His sister was simply filled with righteous indignation. They're using you as a stepping stone and stepping on you to hype up. The same entertainment gossip news was not only on this website, but there were also many searches, including blogs, post bars, forums, and other places, which were obviously premeditated hype. What a fuck. Even a clay figurine has 3 points of anger, and Lu Chen was not an emotionless animal. How could he not be angry and annoyed when he was stepped on like this? Lu Shi asked, "Should we make a statement to fight back?" She was really angry. Lu Chen suppressed the anger in his heart, shook his head calmly, and said, "No need." How to say it? He did participate in the audition and was indeed rejected. Could he say that the other party played the unspoken rules? Such a verbal war, without any real substance, would make people feel that they couldn't afford to lose. And it would also give the other party more opportunities to hype up. Lu Shi should understand the truth, but she was confused by anger. Even if it was a counterattack, it needed to be done in a more clever and powerful way. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, "Don't pay attention to them for the time being. I'll change to a new TV series." A new TV series? Lu Shi was stunned and asked, "Is there another crew looking for you?" "Of course not," Lu Chen said with a smile. "Sister, let's invest in a weekend TV series ourselves. What do you think?" Lu Shi suddenly opened her eyes wide. Invest in a weekend TV series ourselves? She felt that her mind was a little confused. Or was Lu Chen's mind confused? Shoot a TV series himself? How could it be so simple? Lu Chen explained, "Of course, I'll find a strong company to cooperate with. I'll write the script, I'll play the lead role, and I'll add a part of the studio's investment." Lu Shi was surprised. "You can write scripts?" Lu Chen smiled. He had experienced 3 lives in his dream, namely, the singer Su Bo, the actor Mo Ran, and the freelance writer Fong Mingyi, who had written scripts before. Moreover, there were many classic films and TV series and literary works in the dream world. Through Su Bo, Mo Ran, and Fong Mingyi, they were so vivid and clear in his memory that he could completely reproduce them. At present, with his current situation, he couldn't make the best movies for the time being, but there was no problem with making a popular TV series, and there was also room for operation. Especially the format of shooting and broadcasting at the same time on weekends, which could control the cost very well. Originally, Lu Chen planned to accumulate some experience in his acting career first, and then consider making his own TV series or even movies. But now that he had encountered such a situation, he simply played it big. If he couldn't even play a supporting role, then he would be the lead role. Lucy was more and more unable to understand her brother, and her expression was a little strange. Lu Chun couldn't explain too much, so he said, "Don't worry, I won't mess around." Ring ring, as soon as his voice fell, the mobile phone on the piano stand rang. Lu Chun picked up the mobile phone and looked at the caller ID. He made a gesture to his sister that he was going to answer it. She glared at him and left the room. It was his other sister, Sister Fei, who called Lu Chun. On the phone, Chun Fei asked bluntly, "Did you go to the audition for Alchwang?" Lu Chun didn't expect that even she knew about this. He said with a wry smile, "Yes." Chun Fei said with a smile, "Now you know the complexity of the circle, don't you? That Jiang Dongjun is predetermined, and the reputation of Alchwang's investors is not very good. If you really want to make a movie or TV series, I can help you recommend a few reliable friends." Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but feel warm. Chun Fei was obviously very concerned about his situation. Not only did she know about it in the first place, but she also went to inquire about the inside story. He said sincerely, "Thank you, Sister Fei. I may really need your help. I have a script in my hand that I want to shoot, and I want to find a partner." Chen Fei asked curiously, "What script?" Lu Chan said, "I wrote the script myself, and it hasn't been written yet." Chun Fei said with a smile, "Then you write it for me first. If the story is good, I will help you recommend it." She obviously didn't believe that Lu Chun could write a good script, but her intention to help remained unchanged. Lu Chun was overjoyed. "That's great. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Chen Fei was reserved. "There are a lot of people who want to treat me to dinner. You have to show your sincerity, but not tonight." Lu Chun was not discouraged. Then tomorrow night, he was very sincere. Chapter 224. On November 5th, Flying Stone Records' MSN Beautiful Girl Group officially released their debut album, Not Yet Lovers. The production and publicity cost of this album exceeded 10 million yuan. It was the annual blockbuster of Flying Stone Records. Online sales were exclusively authorized to partner QQ Music, and crowdfunding for CDs and peripheral products was launched on the crowdfunding website. The sales model of Not Yet Lovers could be said to be exactly the same as Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me, except that Flying Stone Records confidently advanced the crowdfunding project to synchronize with online sales and invested a lot of money in publicity. You Who Sat Next to Me could be said to have created a new marketing model for music albums. Through this album, Lu Chun's studio not only earned an enviable platinum record certification, but also made considerable profits. In today's pop music world, it was already very difficult to make money by selling albums alone. The hot sales and big sales of You Who Sat Next to Me could be called an anomaly. It should be known that Lu Chun did not spend much money on publicity at all. The outside world estimated the profit of his album to be at least 3 million plus. This made people very jealous, and at the same time, it also made online crowdfunding a hot cake in the eyes of many entertainment agencies. After You Who Sat Next to Me, there were many albums and peripheral products that were pre-funded on the online crowdfunding website. Not Yet Lovers was not the second album to be pre-funded on the online crowdfunding website, but it showed a rainbow-like momentum at the beginning of the project. After the vigorous publicity of Flying Stone Records some time ago, the large-scale promotion of the MV of the title song, the three beautiful and moving young girls, and the heart-pounding song Not Yet Lovers made the girl group quickly popular in China and gained a large number of fans in advance. So at 7:00 p.m. on the 5th, when the album Not Yet Lovers began to be sold on QQ Music, the number of purchases simply increased explosively, and the crazy momentum made people in the circle stunned. 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. It was past midnight, and the small conference room of Flying Stone Records was still brightly lit. More than a dozen of the company's middle and high-level personnel, including music director Lin Jijia, as well as the heads of the public relations department, brokerage department, marketing department, and so on, gathered together. Mu Xiaochu, Su Jijia, and Ning Tian were also present. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the large projection screen hanging on the wall. When the time displayed on the computer jumped to 0, and the sales figure of QQ Music website was fixed at 31525, a long and warm applause broke out in the conference room. From 7 a.m. to 12 p.m., the sales volume of Not Yet Lovers exceeded 30,000 in just 5 hours. Based on this growth momentum, breaking 50,000 sales on the first day would not be a problem. And if the reputation was good, the sales figures for the next 2 days were worth looking forward to, and it would be reasonable to surpass You Who Sat Next to Me. Although it was impossible to break the first-day sales record of QQ Music's album, the sales of Not Yet Lovers had become a foregone conclusion, and the heavy pressure in the hearts of everyone present had disappeared. Lu Chen's You Who Sat Next to Me made a lot of money, and everyone remembered it. Being able to surpass this miraculous folk album in QQ Music not only represents a large sum of profits, but also a real popularity influence. Flying Stone Records never expected to earn back its costs by selling albums. The key lay in the brand of MSN. Once it became popular, it would represent a rolling source of money, a golden cash cow. And the star was so perfect. Lin Jijia leaned his tense body comfortably into the soft chair with a happy smile on his face. He gestured to his assistant not far away. The latter understood and raised the champagne that had already been prepared in the ice bucket. Not many people knew how much pressure the music director of Flying Stone Records had been under recently. On the star brand he founded and led, MSN, he could be said to have bet on his career and reputation. With the success of MSN, Lin Jijia's position in Flying Stone Records was as stable as Mount Tai, and there was even the possibility of further improvement. With the failure of MSN, Lin Jijia could only retire in dejection. In this big gamble, he had already caught a royal flush, which was worth celebrating. Mu Xiaochu, Su Jiejia, and Ning Tian hugged each other. They were smiling, and all of their eyes were red. During this period of time, they also made great efforts for this album. The three girls were also very clear how much resources and funds the company had invested in them. Now, they could finally enjoy the joy of victory. Pop, a cork with white foam sprayed into the air, and the smell of champagne wafted in all directions. Glasses of wine were distributed to everyone. The executives of Flying Stone Records talked and laughed in a low voice, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Lin Ji didn't get carried away by the temporary victory. He took a sip of wine and said to his assistant, "Open the comment area and see what the fans think of this album." Sales data was extremely important, but evaluation of reputation was also indispensable. If the evaluation was not high, it was normal for sales to plummet later. The assistant hurriedly held the wireless mouse and clicked on the comment area of the album, Not Yet Lovers. Although the sale time was only 5 hours, there were already as many as 20,000 plus comments in the comment area. The most striking thing was the album's rating 9.1, absolutely high score. Those who were qualified to rate and comment were all members who bought the album. Their opinions were very important to MSN. This high score instantly swept away the last trace of anxiety in Lin Jijia's heart. This album didn't disappoint me. I give it 7 points, and the three girls give it plus 1 point. The total score is 10 points. It's very good, especially the title song. I can't get tired of listening to it. Can't get tired of listening to it, plus 1. This song, Not Yet Lovers, alone is worth spending 8 yuan to buy the lossless sound quality version. I like MSN, I like Not Yet Lovers, and I also like Where's Love! My favorite is He Still Doesn't Understand. It's so well written and sung. Not Yet Lovers, Where's Love, and He Still Doesn't Understand. There are only 3 good songs on this album. When this comment was selected by Lin Jijia's assistant, the 2 contracted writers of Flying Stone Records couldn't help but look a little embarrassed and a little ashamed. The 3 songs, Not Yet Lovers, Where's Love, and He Still Doesn't Understand, were tailor-made works by Lu Chen for MSN. Needless to say, Not Yet Lovers was the title song, and the other 2 songs were also excellent works. At the beginning of the production of this album, Flying Stone Records had a lot of opinions about Lin Jijia's insistence on inviting songs from Lu Chun. The main objection was that Lu Chen's price was too high. 300,000 yuan for a song was simply a ripoff. In particular, the contracted writers of Flying Stone Records had the most complaints and disgust. But Lu Chun showed his value with his song, Not Yet Lovers, and suppressed all the objections. As a result, in the end, Lu Chun not only wrote 3 songs for MSN, but also joined the ranks of the producer. The remuneration paid to him alone was more than 1 million yuan. Now it seemed that the money was well spent. It wasn't that the works of the other writers in this album were bad, but compared with Lu Chen's songs, they were undoubtedly inferior. The quality was up to standard, but there was no potential to become popular. At this point, the paying audience had the highest judgment power. Did you notice? These 3 songs were all written by Lu Chun for MSN. Yes, I saw it in the lyrics. The lyrics and music are all Lu Chen's works. He is worthy of being the prince of music. Lu Chun plus MSN, perfect. Flying Stone Records is too evil. There's no single download, otherwise they would have just bought 3 songs. Seeing this comment, Lin Jijia couldn't help laughing. And many company executives looked at Lin Jijia with admiration, because it was Lin Jijia who decided to sell only the whole album and not the single retail. He had foresight. Selling a single retail could increase profits and make some members who were reluctant to spend more money by it, but the sales of a single would not be counted in the gold record certification. Each person had their own opinions on how to choose. Lin Jijia's decision undoubtedly ensured the sales of the whole album, and the reputation was so excellent. Platinum Record had already fallen into the bag, and they could also compete for the Best New Album or Best Girl Group of the Year. For a newcomer group, such a starting point really couldn't be higher. At the same time of complacency, Lin Jijia also felt regret. Originally, he invited Lu Chun to come over in the evening, but unfortunately, Lu Chun was too busy with his work and politely declined. Another regret was that he didn't ask Lu Chun to write 2 more songs at the beginning. That would have been really perfect. It was not a problem for the 3 songs, Not Yet Lovers, Where's Love, and He Still Doesn't Understand to be on the original music chart, but it was a little lacking in momentum. It would be nice to add 5 songs. However, Lin Jijia was quickly amused by his own idea. At that time, he was under great pressure to invite Lu Chun to write 3 songs. 5 songs could not pass the company's approval in any case, but the former regret could be made up for. He couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and was ready to dial the number that he was already familiar with. But after thinking about it, Lin Jijia called all 3 girls from MSN. He handed the mobile phone to Mu Xiaochu and said, "Xiaochu, you call teacher Lu Chun now and report the results to teacher Lu Chun first. Then the 3 of you have to thank teacher Lu Chun." Mu Xiaochu didn't think too much. He happily took the mobile phone and skillfully typed in Lu Chen's mobile phone number. This was Lu Chen's private number, and the call was filtered. Only his friends and his address book could get through. Su Jiejia and Ning Tian were not among them. Including MSN's agent, several senior officials of the company watched Mu Xiaochu, who was calling Lu Chun, and they all showed a knowing smile. Everyone knew that the relationship between Mu Xiaochu and Lu Chun was the best. With this relationship, would MSN's second, third, and more albums still be a problem in the future? Chapter 225. We received a call from Mu Xiaochu. Lu Chun was still in the studio. The original live broadcast room has been remodeled and purchased new equipment to become his exclusive workroom. However, in the evening, Lu Chun did not turn on the live broadcast, nor did he compose music. Instead, he was writing. He was writing a script for a TV series. As a graduate of Zhanghai University's computer science department, Lu Chun was very good at using the computer, but he had never done such a thing as writing a book. Therefore, it was a fresh feeling. Even after midnight, he was still full of energy. Like many of his peers, Lu Chun used to read online novels. Domestic online novels have developed rapidly in recent years. Whether it was the number of authors or the number of readers, they were 100% the first in the world. Fantasy, xinxia, urban, games, military. He had seen a lot of popular works, but he never thought that he would write one. However, in Lu Chen's memory, online literature in the dream world was also flourishing. The theme was similar, and there were many classic works which were engraved in his mind. They were as clear as engravings, and every word and sentence would not be wrong. Interestingly, among the 3 life memories, Mo Ran had read the most online novels. Not Fong Mingyi, who was a freelance writer. If Lu Chen did not embark on the road of music and move these works in the dream world to online literature websites, it was estimated that he could also make a lot of money. Art is interlinked, and so is online literature. The script he was writing now was not a ready-made novel, but with the help of the memory of the TV series he had already watched, he rewrote the plot of the story and carried out secondary processing and reorganization. As for the experience of writing the script, it came from Fong Mingyi. From yesterday to now, Lu Chen had written 5,000 words of the story outline and 30,000 words of the first 2 episodes of the script. At the beginning, his speed was very slow, and he could only complete 1,000 words in an hour. However, after getting used to it, his speed increased, and today, he typed more than 20,000 words on the keyboard. At this speed, the script for a total of 20 episodes of the TV series would be completed within 10 days. He had just finished writing the 2nd episode when his cell phone rang. Lin Jijia? As soon as he saw the number displayed on the screen, Lu Chen immediately picked up the call. Boss Lin, what are your orders? After a period of cooperation, he now had a very good relationship with Director Lin of Flying Stone Records. They could make some harmless jokes with each other and could be regarded as friends. A shy female voice came through the phone. Mr. Lu, I'm Little Chu. Have you rested? Mu Xiaochu. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment before he immediately smiled and said, You're still working? What's the matter? Mu Xiaochu was obviously relieved and said, I'm in the company. Director Lin and the others are all there. He asked me to tell you that our album is selling very well. Thank you. Lu Chen remembered that tonight was the launch day of MSN's Not Yet Lovers album. It was normal for them and the people of Flying Stone Records to watch the sales results. Yesterday, Lin Jijia also called to invite them. However, he was so busy writing the script that he had forgotten about this matter. Lu Chen said with a smile, You're welcome. I'm doing things for money. I really want to congratulate you. Not Yet Lovers was a big seller. With the strength of Flying Stone Records, MSN was bound to soar to the sky. This was the advantage of having an organization and a backer. Unlike Lu Chen, who had to work hard on his own to win opportunities, he wouldn't go to an audition and be easily brushed off. But he would not regret the path he had chosen. After chatting with Mu Xiaochu for a while, Lu Chen hung up the phone. He was very clear about the reason why Lin Jijia asked Mu Xiaochu to call him to report the good news, which was also a good thing for him. The better Not Yet Lovers sold, the higher the value of Lu Chen's work. In the past, his price for a song was 100 to 200,000 or even 300,000, which scared away many people. Everyone thought that he was just a newcomer, but he dared to offer a top price. It was simply an exorbitant price. Except for Light Rain Media, who had tasted the sweetness, basically no one was willing to be taken advantage of. So, Lu Chen's works were really sold. However, the situation now was completely different. With You Who Sat Next to Me as the foundation, plus MSN's best-selling Not Yet Lovers, and Chen Feier's new album that would be released in a while. He had already erected a high status in the industry and planted the flag of his own name. The price could be higher, comparable to a big shot. This was not Lu Chen being greedy, but the price represented the status, and the status in turn determined the price. The two were not commensurate. Unless it was for other reasons, such as a favor, he would be laughed at. Ding dong, just as Lu Chen put down his mobile phone and was ready to work harder on the script of the 3rd episode, the doorbell rang. Who was it? He couldn't help but feel surprised. He got up and walked out of the studio to open the door. It was already past 12 o'clock. In the evening, only Lu Chen was in the studio, and there were no other employees. However, in this building, there were many people working overtime in other companies, and there were even many employees who lived in the office. Maybe it was a neighbor who came to borrow a bag of coffee. As a result, when Lu Chen opened the door, he was stunned by the person who appeared in front of him. Sister Fei? Although the other party had disguised herself and wore sunglasses in the middle of the night, Lu Chen recognized her at a glance. It was actually Chun Fei. Chun Fei was still carrying a big bag in her hand. She took off her glasses with a smile and asked, "Am I not welcome?" "Welcome, warmly welcome." Lu Chen suddenly shivered and quickly said, "It's just that it's so late." "What did she come to the studio for?" Chun Fei shook the bag in her hand and said, "I know you're going to stay up late, so I brought you a midnight snack." Lu Chen's heart couldn't help but surge with warmth. From strangers to familiarity and then to closeness, the relationship between the two was getting closer and closer, and they usually kept in touch. The two had just chatted by QQ, so Chun Fei knew that he was working overtime alone in the studio. What Lu Chen didn't expect was that she actually brought the midnight snack in person. "I'm really touched," Chun Fei said with a smile. "Why are you silly? Won't you invite me in to sit?" "Come in." Lu Chen quickly took the bag in her hand, let her in, and closed the door. Chun Fei followed Lu Chen to the workshop as if she didn't see anyone else. It was not the first time that Chun Fei came to Lu Chen's studio. She saw the document displayed on the computer screen at a glance, and her eyes lit up. "Are you still writing the script?" "Yes." Lu Chen put down the bag now, then moved a chair and asked her to sit down. "I just finished writing the second episode." Chun Fei asked, "Can you print out for me to have a look?" Of course, there was no problem. The studio was equipped with a laser printer. Lu Chen printed out the story outline and the scripts of the first 2 episodes and showed it to Chun Fei. Chun Fei took the hot printing paper and said, "Eat it quickly. It won't taste good when it's cold." Her eyes fell on the black and white words on the paper, and her eyes showed a curious look. 2 days ago, when she heard Lu Chen say that he wanted to write his own script and be the protagonist, Chun Fei thought that he was angry because he was rejected in the audition, so she didn't take it seriously. However, this thick stack of paper showed that Lu Chen was serious. This made Chun Fei very curious. What kind of story would Lu Chen write? She never knew that Lu Chen had talent in this area, but his lyrics had always been very good. Her mind was in a mess, but Chun Fei's attention was still focused on the draft paper. The first thing she saw was the title of the script. It was called Blue Love. This name is a bit special. When Chun Fei began to read the story outline, Lu Chen was eating the supper she sent. 2 McDonald's beef Big Macs, a large cup of strong coffee, and a box of fruit salad were enough for 2 ordinary people to share. If they ate at this time in the evening, they would probably turn into a lot of fat. But Lu Chen was different. He exercised a lot every day. The calories could be used up by tomorrow morning, so he didn't need to worry about anything. He ate while it was hot. It only took Lu Chen 10 minutes to finish this full supper. After that, he went to the bathroom and rinsed his mouth with mouthwash. When he returned to the room, he found that Chun Fei's expression was not right. Lu Chen asked in surprise, "Sister Fei, what's wrong?" Chun Fei's eyes were red. She shook the draft paper in her hand and said, "This story is very good." She had already read the outline and knew what the story was about. "I like it very much." Chun Fei stood up and stared at Lu Chen. She said seriously, "If we start shooting, I want to play Enrich." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Enrich? Enrich was the female lead and the male lead's sister. Chun Fei said, "Why not? Do you think I'm too old to play this role?" Lu Chen immediately raised his hands and surrendered. "No problem. I can't ask for more." Regardless of age, Chun Fei's face was young enough, coupled with appropriate makeup. There was no problem at all in playing this role. And if she could join this TV series, she could save tens of millions in publicity fees. Most importantly, she could act with Chun Fei. Lu Chen felt that if he didn't agree, he would be the biggest fool in the world. Hearing his agreement, Chun Fei showed an intoxicating smile. She said softly, "Close your eyes. This is?" Lu Chen obediently closed his eyes. In the next moment, he smelled an orchid-like scent. Shortly after, his left cheek was touched by something soft and moist. Then he heard Chun Fei chuckle in his ear. This is my reward for you." Lu Chen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He immediately opened his eyes, stretched out his arms, and hugged the beauty in front of him tightly in his arms. This was unbearable. Chapter 2:26. Lu Chun had never thought that one day he would be able to hold this goddess, who was loved by millions of people, in his arms. Chen Fei, Er's figure was very good. She had long legs and a slender waist. She was as beautiful as jade. Hugging her was like hugging the whole world. It was extremely satisfying. Chen Fei, didn't resist Lu Chen's bold act of molesting her. Instead, she leaned her face against the latter's broad chest. A sweet smile appeared on her lips, and her hands gently hugged his waist. The small workshop was shrouded in a faint and charming atmosphere. Everything was said without words. After a long time, Chen Fei suddenly raised her head and glared at Lu Chun. "Are you done hugging me?" Lu Chun chuckled and suddenly lowered his head to kiss her forehead. Chen Fei's pretty face flushed, and her slender, jade-like fingers twisted Lu Chen's waist hard with a lot of strength. Lu Chen knew that this was the limit of what she could bear, so he reluctantly let go. After all, Chen Fei wasn't a teenage girl. She quickly recovered from her shyness. She flicked her disheveled hair and asked, "When will you be able to finish writing this script?" Lu Chun took her hand and sat down again. He said, "About 2 weeks. There were a total of 20 episodes of Autumn in my heart. According to the average word count of 15,000 per episode, there were 300,000 words, which was equivalent to a novel. Subtracting the ones that had already been completed, the average speed of more than 20,000 words a day was undoubtedly amazing. But Lu Chun had the memory of the dream world, so it wasn't difficult for him to write the script. He just needed to make appropriate adjustments to the plot. After all, this was a Korean drama. Chen Fei was surprised. "That's too fast. By the way, why are all the characters in the show Korean names?" Although she was a diva in the music industry, she was no stranger to the film and television industry. She knew that writing a script was not an easy task. Lu Chen unexpectedly used more than 10 days to write a drama, and it was original content. Of course, Chen Fei was shocked. Also, there were the male and female leads and supporting roles in the drama, such as Yoon Junhee, Yoon Eun-hee, Han Tae-suk, Choi Shin-hee, and so on. Their names were all Korean style. Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's very simple. If this drama succeeds, I want to return to Korea." Return to Korea? Chen Fei's expression suddenly became a little strange. She didn't expect Lu Chen's ambition to be so big. Domestic fashion culture, pop music, and TV dramas were greatly influenced by South Korea. For example, the popular Mary Sue dramas with handsome boys and beautiful girls were all influenced by South Korean dramas. In recent years, many popular Korean dramas have been imported into the country, and all of them have created very high ratings. The so-called retrograde trend was when domestic TV series went to Japan and Korea to compete for the market. The popular dramas that were successful in Japan and Korea were basically well-made historical dramas with huge investments, as well as dramas such as Xinxia dramas. There were a lot of youth idol dramas filmed in China, and there were also precedents of returning to Japan and Korea, but all of them failed in the ratings. The reason was very simple. These tricks were left behind by others. How could there be a market for them? Therefore, in Chen Fei's opinion, Lu Chun was really a little whimsical. Moreover, he wrote a very rare sadomasochistic drama. Nowadays, the most popular youth idol dramas were all happy comedies with a happy ending. Chen Fei liked this story very much. She had the accumulation and precipitation of life and understood the power of tragedy. But the mainstream audience of youth idol dramas were young people with glass hearts. Seeing the main character being abused little by little, they might cry out that they couldn't take it anymore. For example, in popular online novels, there weren't many authors who wrote tragic stories. Those who wrote like that were so poor that they had to beg for food. Most of the people who liked sadomasochistic dramas were older housewives. They watched urban romance dramas, such as Midlife Crisis, mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict, urban and rural conflict, and so on. As a youth idol drama, Autumn in My Heart was really too sadomasochistic. Chen Fei thought that this story was very good. She was willing to support Lu Chun to film it, and she even wanted to be the female lead. But she didn't have much expectations for the ratings. It would be a success if it could be broadcasted on television. Of course, Chen Fei didn't want to crush Lu Chen's enthusiasm and confidence. She knew that Lu Chun had suffered during the audition last time, so even if he was stubborn for once, it didn't matter. Therefore, the Heavenly Queen said seriously, "I know the president of Korea's KGS television station. I can help." Chen Fei had participated in many Sino-Korean and Sino-Japanese music concerts. Korea's third largest television station, KGS, was the organizer of the Sino-Korean music concerts. She also had a lot of fans and popularity in Korea. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I'm just thinking about it. First, I have to film the drama. Just treat it as training." Actually, I didn't have much confidence at first. But now that Fei is willing to be the female lead, I think it can at least increase the national ratings by 1 or 2 points, right? Chen Fei was instantly amused by him. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You're so talkative." A national ratings of 1 or 2 points meant that it was a very popular drama. It wasn't the 80s or 90s anymore. She said, "Let me help you contact a capable film company." Since it's a weekend drama, there's no need to rush the script. You can write it while filming. The biggest feature of weekend dramas was that they were very flexible in production. After the first few episodes were filmed and aired, the story and characters could be modified according to the audience's response. Now that the domestic weekend dramas were very mature, those experienced film companies had a perfect production process. Coupled with high-tech post-production editing, other than the pay, the cost was big lower than before. What was really difficult was how to push the finished product into the market. First, there had to be a buyer. There were as many film and television companies in Beijing as there were hairs on a cow. It was unknown how many people worked in this industry, but the resources of the major satellite TV stations were very limited. Without sufficient connections, it was undoubtedly a fool's dream to want to broadcast on the popular channels. Even if it was a web drama, the big websites with high click rates were also very picky. Of course, with Chen Fei as the female lead, even if Autumn in My Heart was a sadistic drama, it would not fall to the point where no one cared about it. But the national ratings of 1 or 2 points were really unthinkable. Lu Chen held her hand and nodded. Although he didn't say thank you, his eyes were enough to explain everything. Without Chen Fei's help, it would really be very difficult for him to find a reliable partner. After all, he was only a singer, not a famous actor. He didn't have his own connections in the film and television industry. If he rushed in without understanding the rules, it was too easy to be led into the ditch and end up with a dirty face. Lu Chen was not afraid of difficulties, but he would not refuse Chen Fei's help, because he had the ability to repay the favor. Autumn in My Heart was the beginning of his entry into the film and television industry. Being stared at by Lu Chen's affectionate eyes, Chen Fei suddenly felt shy. She said softly, "Lu Chen, sing a song for me. I'll go back after listening to it." Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay." Chen Fei's eyes were shining. "I want a new song, one I haven't heard before." She had known Lu Chen for a long time, but she always felt that Lu Chen was very mysterious. Lu Chen was like a huge treasure house, and no one knew how much wealth was buried in it. It was this sense of mystery that attracted her, making her want to get close and explore the secret. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Okay." He took the guitar that was placed next to him and held it in his arms. Although it was not easy for him to perform well after a full meal, this song did not require too much skill. The name of this song is, he looked at Chen Fei and said, "Lu Chen sang a song for Chen Fei?" Lu Chen sang a song for Chen Fei? Chen Fei could not help but laugh. She leaned over and put her elbow on the table. Her right hand supported her cheek, and her long black hair cascaded down inadvertently. Lu Chen was almost bewitched. Fortunately, he had a little resistance to this sister. He coughed and played the prelude. I want to take you to fly everywhere, travel all over the world to see. No worries, no sorrow, free body and mind are happy. Forget the pain, forget the place. We set off together to wander. Although there are no luxurious houses and beautiful clothes, my heart is full of hope. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look. This world is not so desolate. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look. This world is still bright. This song was called Zhang San's Song in Lu Chen's memory. It had been covered by many famous singers in different styles, but the ordinary and simple tune had the same warm power to touch the deepest part of people's heart. Lu Chen sang this song for Chun Fei, singing the burning feelings in his heart. Simple accompaniment, soothing melody, no gorgeous performance, no deliberate skills, clean and pure. Chun Fei will listen to it in a daze. Although she had not experienced the vicissitudes of life, she had seen the prosperity and noise of the world, but she never knew that in this chaotic world there was such a simple and warm voice. This was the kind of voice that people could not help but stop and make people yearn to travel freely like dandelions. Perhaps after many, many years, she may not have held hands with Lu Chen at that time, but she would never forget this late night hearing such a song. The name of the song was Lu Chen Sang a Song for Chun Fei. I want to take you to fly everywhere, travel all over the world to see. No worries, no sorrow, free body and mind are happy. Forget the pain, forget the sorrow. We set off together to wander. Although there are no luxurious houses and beautiful clothes, my heart is full of hope. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look. This world is not so desolate. We want to fly to that faraway place and have a look. This world is still bright. Note, Zhang San's song lyricist, Zhang Zisher / composer, Li Shouchuan. Chapter 227. Chun Fei had been in the music industry for more than 10 years, and she was no longer a naive girl. As a singer, she was extrememely talented, and her natural voice had conquered countless fans. In addition to having a unique voice that countless singers dreamed of, Chun Fei's appearance was also first class. She was born beautiful and had never had a knife cut on her face. She was regarded as the leader of the pop music industry. But as an artist, she was luckier. Since her debut at the age of 15, Chun Fei's career as a star could be described as smooth. Although there were twists and turns, there was no danger. Now, not many people could shake her position in the music industry. It would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to move such a proud daughter of the heavens. First of all, Chun Fei was not short of money. There had been rumors in the circle that a certain rich man spent a lot of money to support her, but it turned out that it was completely malicious slander and rumors. Because a few years ago, she had an annual endorsement fee of nearly 100 million, and she didn't need to share with the agency to open her own studio, so she was not short of money at all. Moreover, Chun Fei had a private investment team, which had made a lot of achievements in investment. She could be regarded as a real rich woman. It was a joke to throw money at Chun Fei. As for fame, it was needless to say, there were only a few people in the circle who were higher than her. Perhaps it was lonely to be at the top. There had never been a man who could make Chun Fei really open her heart and accept him. Those so-called scandals were just hyped by others or the media. However, Lu Chen, with a song, knocked on the closed door of her heart, reminding her of the original innocent time. I want to take you to fly around the world to see. No worries, no sadness, free body and mind. How cheerful. Forget the pain, forget that place. Let's set out to wander together. The simple but sincere lyrics, under Lu Chen's playing and singing, resonated with her soul. There was also a trace of affection. After Lu Chen finished singing, Chun Fei leaned her head on his shoulder and closed her eyes. After a long time, she said, "You gave me this song, so you can only sing it to me in the future. Is that okay?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "As long as you like it." Chun Fei smiled sweetly and turned her head to kiss Lu Chen's cheek. "Thank you." Lu Chen said, "It's late. I'll take you back." He was afraid that if he continued to be teased by this heavenly queen, he would not be able to control his bestial nature. At that time, it'd be hard to say whether he would be a beast or worse than a beast. Chen Fei said angrily, "What? Do you really want to chase me away?" Lu Chun suddenly became angry. He opened his arms and hugged her. "Then stay here with me tonight." "Who's afraid of who?" Chen Fei giggled, shrank back, and said, "Sister Zhang and the others are waiting for me downstairs. You should also go home." After frolicking, Lu Chun sent her downstairs. After watching Chen Fei get in the car and leave, he also returned to his residence. Tonight was undoubtedly wonderful for Lu Chun. His relationship with Chen Fei has undoubtedly taken a big step forward, and Chen Fei's efficiency was also extremely high. She quickly introduced a film and television production company to Lu Chun. This film and television production company was called Baolong Pictures. It was very famous in China. It had filmed excellent films and TV series such as The Winds of Beijing, 1,000 Miles in a Clear Sky, Great Shang, and so on, and made many artists popular. The one who contacted Lu Chun was Zhu Mingyi, the deputy manager of the film and television production department of Baolong Pictures. The place where the two met was in the Avant-Garde Cafe in Beijing's New Era Art Park. The New Era Art Park in Beijing gathered a large number of well-known domestic film and television, music, literature, and art production units. Big and small companies and studios were as many as thousands. It could be called a gathering place of humanities. The headquarters of Flying Stone Records was in the New Era Art Park, and so was Baolong Pictures. The Avant-Garde Cafe was the most popular place for artists in the art park. There were cheap but delicious coffee and snacks, as well as free Wi-Fi, and you could sit for a whole day by ordering a cup of coffee. There is absolutely no waiter coming to drive people away. Because the atmosphere was excellent, many people in the park liked to discuss business with customers here. Zhu Mingyi was a middle-aged man with a lot of petty bourgeoisie feelings. He was in charge of the script at Baolong Pictures. Although his position was not high, his authority was not small. Under normal circumstances, even if Lu Chun had a little fame in the circle, it was not easy to hand over the script directly to him, because the pop music world and the film and television industry were two relatively independent circles. Zhu Mingyi didn't need to sell Lu Chun's account. Under normal circumstances, when the average author sent the script over, it was first reviewed by his editor. Only the manuscript that passed the preliminary review would be in his hands. To be able to invite Zhu Mingyi out, Chen Fei asked a friend to help him. Chen Fei had nothing to do with Baolong Pictures. He was purely interested in the latter's strength. Zhu Mingyi was about 40 years old, wearing glasses, and had an elegant demeanor. When he came over, he also brought a female secretary with him. "Hello, hello." When the two sides met, they shook hands with each other and exchanged a few polite words, saying that it was an honor to meet you for a long time. Towards Lu Chun, Zhu Mingyi's attitude was polite with a little indifference. He put down a manuscript and asked in a deep voice, "Mr. Lu Chun, how are you going to cooperate with our company for this TV series?" Lu Chun had already thought about this and replied without hesitation, "Manager Zhu, I hope that we can invest in a joint stock. If we can introduce a third party to invest, it's also fine. The specific terms of investment can be discussed in detail. As for the production, I will play the male lead myself, and the female lead and director are also suitable candidates. The other supporting roles can be recommended by your company or through public auditions." Zhu Mingyi listened to what he said at the beginning, but when he heard the latter part, his expression changed slightly. It was normal for a joint venture to share risks and profits. After all, Lu Chun was not an ordinary screenwriter. Coupled with his personal relationship, it didn't matter if he got involved. But he not only wanted to play the male lead, but also the director and the female lead. What did he think Baolong Pictures was? Was it an amateur team? Zhu Mingyi was secretly resentful, and his previous good impression of Lu Chun suddenly disappeared. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Of course, Zhu Mingyi was very shrewd. Even if he was unhappy in his stomach, he wouldn't get angry directly. He thought for a moment and said politely, Mr. Lu Chun, you were recommended by Sisterly. We are all friends, so I'll be frank and honest. I hope you don't mind. Lu Chun smiled and said, please say it. I can accept any opinion. That's good. Zhu Mingyi smiled and said, in fact, the story content of the play you wrote is okay, but the plot, especially the ending, is not in line with the trend. The audience won't like it, so it must be changed. In addition, we have our own considerations for the director and the male and female leads. We can't make unilateral decisions. Moreover, in terms of investment, the proportion of our company's capital contribution will not be very high. I hope you can find a third party. And Lu Chun listened with a smile on his face, but he sighed secretly in his heart. Baolong Pictures was definitely out of the question. Chapter 228. Lu Chun was very young, and he hadn't been in society for a long time. But he had 3 rich life memories, and his mind and vision were far higher than that of his peers. Therefore, Lu Chun could easily see the deep disdain and impatience in Zhu Mingyi's eyes. Obviously, the other party didn't really have the idea of cooperation, so he put forward various conditions to make him retreat, unless Lu Chun could agree to all of them. But how was that possible? Zhu Mingyi's request was that Baolong Pictures would take full control of the production. The director and the main actors would be determined by them, and most of the funds would be solved by Lu Chun. He didn't want to take any risks. Lu Chun was not a fool. Not to mention anything else, he would not agree to changing the ending of the story. In fact, there was no talk at all. It was normal for such a situation to occur. Although he had a personal relationship, it was still Lu Chun who took the initiative to go to the door. Baolong Pictures was not an ordinary film and television production company. The so-called big shop bullying customers was nothing more than this. If Chun Fei came forward in person, it would have been much better. Unfortunately, she also asked a friend for help. It was obviously not enough to rely on Lu Chun alone. If he was an ordinary screenwriter and wanted to write a script to Baolong Pictures, he wouldn't even be able to see Zhu Mingyi's face, let alone talk about investment, director, and actors. The entertainment industry, including the film and television industry, was also strictly hierarchical, and the status determined the level. In this circle, he had no status at all. How could he make Zhu Mingyi treat him seriously? Lu Chun didn't feel angry or annoyed because of this. After all, his own requirements were also very high. It would be abnormal if the other party had no opinion. It was nothing more than asking for a sky-high price. But now, there was no room for negotiation. Lu Chun patiently listened to Zhu Mingyi's opinion, then pondered for a moment and said, Manager Zhu, it seems that there is a big difference between us. Thank you very much for taking the time to see me. Thank you. Business could not be done, but benevolence and righteousness existed. Even if there was a disagreement, there was no need to make a scene. Be polite and maintain a respectful attitude. Then the next time they met, everyone could still talk. Many rookies didn't understand this point and only realized it when they were badly battered. Lu Chun would never make such a mistake. What kind of person was Zhu Mingyi? He understood as soon as he heard it. On the contrary, he had a good impression of Lu Chun. He said with a smile, You're welcome. Sister Lee from Rainbow knows the boss of our company. If you have other good scripts in the future, come to me directly. This Sister Lee that Zhu Mingyi mentioned was the general manager of Beijing's Rainbow Brokerage Company. She was friends with Chun Fei. Chun Fei had introduced Lu Chun to Baolong Pictures through Sister Lee. Therefore, Baolong Pictures sent Zhu Mingyi over. But this favor was not important enough to make Zhu Mingyi put aside the issue of principle to accommodate Lu Chun. He didn't know that Chun Fei was the one pulling the strings. Fortunately, Lu Chun was very sensible. This way, both sides could step down with dignity. Thank you. Lu Chun stood up and reached out to shake hands with Zhu Mingyi. I hope there will be a chance to cooperate next time. Zhu Mingyi said with a smile, You're welcome. Goodbye. The two sides said goodbye. Zhu Mingyi left with his secretary, while Lu Chun continued to stay. He wanted to call Chun Fei, but he didn't press the name in his mobile phone's address book. Lu Chun instinctively didn't want to trouble Chun Fei anymore. Or perhaps it was the pride of a man, but he didn't want to complicate the relationship between the two. He swiped through the address book to find Chun Jinhao's number and wanted to ask if Boss Chun was familiar with any film and television companies. "Hello, Mr. Liu Chun." Just as Liu Chun found Chun Jinhao's cell phone number, a greeting suddenly came from the side. It was very strange. Liu Chun couldn't help turning his head and saw a thin, middle-aged man appear at his side with a smile on his face. This middle-aged man looked like he was in his 40s. He had dark skin and an unprepossessing appearance. He had small eyes, a flat nose, and a little buck teeth. When he smiled, he gave people a feeling of joy, but his eyes showed shrewdness. "May I ask who you are?" Liu Chun was stunned. He didn't know the other party at all. The middle-aged man stepped forward and extended his hands to him. "Hello, I'm Liu Yi, the business manager of China Brothers Pictures. Can we have a chat?" Liu Chun quickly stood up and shook hands with the other party. "Hello, Manager Liu, please sit down." The name of China Brothers Pictures was also very strange to him. There were too many film and television production companies and studios in Beijing. Especially in the last 10 years, the entertainment industry has exploded. Entertainment agencies and film and television production companies seem to have sprung up like mushrooms after a rain, fiercely competing for a bigger and bigger market cake. What Liu Chun was curious about was why this person from China Brothers Pictures took the initiative to find him. Liu Yi directly revealed the mystery. "I'm really sorry. I was sitting here just now and heard a lot of your conversation with manager Zhu Mingyi. I want to ask if I can see your script." Seeing that Liu Chun still had doubts, he said with a smile, "Look at me in a hurry. Let me introduce myself first." Of course, what Liu Yi introduced was not his own identity. As mentioned earlier, what he explained to Liu Chun was the China Brothers Pictures Company where he worked. China Brothers Pictures Company was established in 2010. It was a very young company in the industry, but it had already invested in shooting a number of films and TV series, and it also had dozens of contracted actors and artists. In terms of scale and strength, China Brothers Pictures Company was much worse than Baolong Pictures, a veteran company. But it was not without advantages. That is, it was best at films and TV series with urban youth idol themes. Its youth idol drama, My Heart Is the Same, which was shot in 2013, once achieved a national rating of 1.7%, which was also a small hit. It was also a coincidence that Liu Yi came to the avant-garde coffee shop to wait for a client. As a result, he didn't wait for the client, but he heard the conversation between Liu Chun and Zhu Mingyi. He didn't mean to eavesdrop, but he was interested in Liu Chun's script and couldn't help coming over to ask. Liu Yi said bluntly, "If it's those ordinary screenwriters, then I'm definitely not interested. There are 80,000 screenwriters in Beijing who can write scripts, but you're different," he said with a smile. "I've listened to your songs and bought your album on QQ Music. I believe in your talent." So that's how it is. Liu Chun suddenly realized that this person was still his fan. Most of his songs, especially folk songs, have a strong nostalgia color. So he has attracted a group of fans who have already entered the society and are in their 30s and 40s. These fans usually don't follow fans fanatically, but they're financially independent and free, which is an important part of Liu Chun's album sales of You Who Sat Next to Me on QQ Music. Since there was this origin, Liu Chun readily took out the outline again and handed it to Liu Yi. To be honest, the business manager of China Brothers Pictures was a little low, but it was always an opportunity that came to his door. While Liu Yi was carefully reading the outline of Autumn in My Heart, Zhu Mingyi returned to the company. Baolong Pictures was in the art park. It was very close to the avant-garde coffee shop. It was only 5 minutes' walk. When he returned to the company, he went straight to the office. He had just been notified of a meeting. Many of the company's top executives were already sitting in the conference room, including the deputy general manager, art director, brokerage manager, public relations manager, production manager, and so on, but the general manager hadn't come yet. Seeing Zhu Mingyi, the brokerage manager, who usually had a good relationship with him, asked with a smile, "Old Zhu, where did you go? There was no one in your office just now. Not even the secretary. Did you?" He showed a smile that all men understood, which made the other executives present laugh, and the atmosphere became very happy. Zhu Mingyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Old Chun, you can squeeze me as much as you want. His female secretary was newly recruited. She was very beautiful, but she was assigned to him by the company. She was not his real little sweetheart, but in the eyes of others, it was inevitable that she was a little bit like that. Zhu Mingyi had to explain, "It was Mr. Wang who asked me to contact a newcomer, Rainbow Agent Sisterly. He wrote a script and wants to shoot a TV series. I just went over to talk about it." Old Chen asked curiously, "Who is it? What script? How'd it go?" As the director of the brokerage department, he was particularly sensitive to new scripts because once the company started shooting a new TV series, the first thing to consider was the artist signed by the company. Keep the goodies within the family. Baolong Pictures has recently made a big move, and the theme of this meeting was precisely related to this. Zhu Mingyi said, "It's a singer named Lu Chun. He's very young. He wrote about youth idols. He wants to be the male lead himself." He said a little obscurely, but everyone understood when they heard it. The production manager said, "Lu Chun? I know. He's a singer who has been in the limelight recently and has been rumored to be with Chun Fe. The video of him saving people in Hangzhou is popular on the blog." "Well," Zhu Mingyi nodded and said, "That's him. I was a little interested, but the script he wrote was a sadomasochistic drama. The female lead died in the end, and he not only wants the male lead, but also wants to choose the director and the female lead himself." Old Chen suddenly sneered and said, "How is that possible? If Lu Chun was a big shot in the circle, it would be understandable and acceptable for him to make such a request. But Lu Chun was not. He was a real newcomer in the film and television industry. He was not even newcomer. It was understandable that Lu Chun wanted to enter the film and television industry, but he also had to follow the rules. Young people really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Zhu Mingyi spread his hands and said helplessly, "Yes, so I refused. I couldn't agree." The executives present understood this very well. If Zhu Mingyi agreed, it would be a joke. Just treat it as a joke. Everyone, including Zhu Mingyi, quickly put the matter behind them. Chapter 229. A lovely little sister was added to Professor Yoon's family. 3-year-old Junhee and his father went to the nursery to see his sister Eunhee. When the nurse was not paying attention, the naughty Junhee swapped the sign of Eunhee and the neighboring child born on the same day. In this way, the children of the two families were swapped by accident. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed, and Junhee had grown into a handsome boy. His excellent painting skills had made him an influential figure in school. The 14-year-old Eunhee was smart and cute and was deeply loved by her family. Brother Junhee dotes on his sister Eunhee, and the two siblings have a deep relationship. Mother Kyungho's care for her only daughter is even more obvious. A generous family environment, a gentle and careful mother, and an excellent brother. All these make Eunhee the object of envy of her friends at school. The paper is ordinary A4 paper, and the normal price is 5 cents. The song typeface printed by the laser is very high DPI, and every stroke is very clear. The typesetting is also very regular and rigorous, making people feel comfortable looking at it. The outline of the script was about 5,000 words long, and it filled 5 sheets of paper. Compared to the story itself, the cost of paper and printing was negligible. As the business manager of Chienda Brothers Pictures Company, there are many scripts that have passed through Lu Yi's hands. He deeply understands the value of a good script. Lu Yi was one of the founding members of the Chienda Brothers Pictures Company. He had followed Zhang Qian and Zhang De to conquer the world together. He had gone through hardships to the present in the capital city, a place of dragons and tigers. His experience and vision were not lacking. The name of the script given to him by Lu Chun is Autumn in My Heart. From the name, one can tell that it is an urban romance drama. Since Lu Chun is going to play the male lead, he must take the route of a youth idol. The beginning of the story is very interesting. The two girls were swapped at birth, and their fate will inevitably arouse the strong interest of the audience. As a business manager, Lu Yi naturally knows the company's business like the palm of his hand. Out of the needs of his work, He has seen at least thousands of movies and TV plays, and he has no impression that the same plot has been filmed. As a weekend play, The Beginning has an attractive selling point. At present, the domestic film and television industry was developing rapidly, and the fever of IP was not subsiding. The great prosperity of the market also brought many problems, such as repetitive themes, imitation, plagiarism, and so on. If a TV series was a hit, imitators would definitely flock to it until a similar story pattern was completely ruined. The country's intellectual property laws did not have strict regulations on imitators, and there was no way to restrict them. They could only let the market mediate itself. Therefore, with a good story idea, it was equivalent to winning half the battle. He was quite optimistic about Lu Chen's story, but as he continued to read, he soon understood why Zhu Mingyi was not interested in the script. What a sadistic love! Such a style could be said to go against the trend and challenge the audience's taste. Generally speaking, if the quality of this kind of countercurrent work was guaranteed, it would either be a huge hit or a huge failure. The probability of the latter was much higher than the former. It wasn't that there weren't any film companies and directors who courted death, but they basically failed miserably. After so many years of development, the positioning of the TV series market was already very clear. The current youth idol dramas took the route of comedy, farce, and thunder. If you want to shoot a sadistic love story, then shoot a middle-aged drama. If you want to cross the line, you must have the awareness of failure and losing everything. After reading the outline seriously, He felt a toothache. The risk was too great. Shooting this show was like gambling. If he won the gamble, he could make a lot of money. If he lost the gamble, the reason why He didn't give up immediately was that, first of all, this was a weekend show, and the cost was easy to control. The method of shooting and broadcasting at the same time would not result in a situation where no one would care about it after shooting dozens of episodes. It was like writing an online novel. If the subscription was too low, it could be finished in advance. Of course, it definitely couldn't be left unfinished. In addition, the male lead, Lu Chun, was still very selling. Manager Lu's entanglement, Lu Chun clearly saw it and said with a wry smile, "I know, this theme is not easy to shoot." He also regretted that he didn't have a deep understanding of the domestic film and TV market before writing the script. If he had known that such a situation would happen, it would have been better to write You from Star. The production cost might be much higher, but at least it would be easy to find collaborators. However, the thought of regret only flashed in Lu Chen's mind. If no one was willing to invest in it, it was not a big deal for him to fully invest himself. Of course, this approach would lead to a big increase in cost and risk, and it was the last choice as a last resort. He said with a smile, "The theme is a bit different, and the story is really good. I think girls should like it." After a pause, he asked, "Mr. Lu Chun, if our company cooperates with you, what requirements do you have?" He had just heard some of the dialogue between Lu Chun and Zhu Mingyi, but he didn't hear it very clearly. Lu Chun thought about it and replied, "The requirement is joint investment. I can convert the script and remuneration into shares, and I don't ask for extra payment. In addition, the female lead has been determined, and I hope to recommend a director. Of course, the choice of director can be discussed again." It was the most common way to invest in films and TV series with multiple parties. Of course, He would not have any objection, and Lu Chun converting the script and remuneration into investment was also beneficial to the film and television production company, reducing the investment risk. It was just that Lu Chun not only wanted the male lead, but also the female lead and the director. He couldn't help frowning like Zhu Mingyi and asked, "Mr. Lu Chun, which director do you want to recommend?" Lu Chun said frankly, "Do you know director Fang Hui? I want to recommend her." Fang Hui was a well-known director in China. She was famous in the circle for shooting films and dramas that expressed women's delicate emotions. She had also shot many music videos and had extremely rich experience. Compared with the real big stars, she didn't have big sales and popular works, but her reputation had always been very good. The last time Lu Chun and MSN shot the music video of Not Yet Lovers, the director was Fang Hui. The final effect of this music video was excellent, and it was played by Flying Stone Records in major media. Therefore, the album sold so well on QQ Music. At present, the crowdfunding for the CD and peripherals was also in full swing. It was through this cooperation that Lu Chun had a very good impression of Fong Hui, and the two had a lot of communication. He believed that the latter could fully control the story and produce the effect he wanted. Otherwise, why would Lu Chun insist on this condition? Director Fong Hui. Lu, he suddenly said, I know her. Although I haven't worked together before, I've watched the TV series she made. Louis thought about it carefully. Lu Chen's recommendation was not unreasonable and reliable, because Fong Hui's shooting style was very suitable for this Autumn in My Heart. Lu Chen explained, in fact, I haven't mentioned this to Director Fong yet, and I don't know if she has time, so it's just a recommendation. If you have a better candidate, it can also be discussed. He originally wanted to discuss it with Zhu Mingyi of Baolong Pictures, but the other party didn't give him a chance at all. Louis looked more sincere. Lu, he said with a smile, well, let's put this problem aside first. Who are you going to choose as the female lead? There was a rule in the film and television circle that was the investment was the biggest and the one who paid the most money was the master. Whoever paid the most money was the master and would inevitably have the greatest right to speak. Lu Chun wanted both the male lead and the female lead. First of all, he had to invest. Otherwise, who would pay attention to the script alone? Lu, he was very curious about the choice of the female lead. Who was Lu Chun trying to support? He had finished reading the outline. The female lead in the play was undoubtedly the most brilliant and core character. An artist like Lu Chun, who became famous at a young age, also had money. If he wanted to please a girl, what could be more romantic and touching than letting her be the female lead in a TV series? Lu Chun hesitated for a moment and said, It's Chun Fei. Chun Fei. Lu, he subconsciously read the name. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and his face showed a look of disbelief. Which Chun Fei is it? Lu Chun smiled and said, The one you can think of. Lu, he was directly stunned. He was also a shrewd person and rarely lost his composure like this. The news revealed by Lu Chun was really too shocking. Who was Chun Fei? She was a big star in the circle with tens of millions of fans, the heavenly queen of the music industry who had debuted for more than 10 years. But Lu Yi quickly came to his senses and was so happy that his face turned into a chrysanthemum. If he had only 2 or 3 points of confidence in this TV series before, then now it had soared to 7 or 8 points. A TV series or a movie, whether or not there was a big star in it, was a completely different thing. Although Chun Fei was not an actor, she had also made cameo appearances in several blockbusters. If what Lu Chun said was true, then this show would be Chun Fei's first time as the female lead. There would be a gimmick for hype. At least there would be no problem in selling it. It was nothing more than a matter of price. With the addition of Chun Fei, the biggest problem of Autumn in My Heart was weakened. As long as her fans could watch it, the ratings would be basically guaranteed. She was equivalent to a heavyweight, enough to be the key to victory. If Chienda Brothers Pictures could take over the production of this show, there would be too many benefits. Even if they lost money, it was not impossible to consider. How could Zhu Mingyi of Baolong Pictures miss this opportunity? The only answer could only be that the other party didn't talk to Lu Chen about this issue and gave up. Then Chienda Brothers must not miss it. He really wanted a laugh, and was undoubtedly glad that he had enough patience and sincerity. Lu, he restrained his inner excitement and couldn't wait to say, Mr. Lu Chun, on behalf of Chienda Brothers Pictures, I hope to have a formal discussion with you about the cooperation of Autumn in My Heart! Lu Chun pondered for a moment and nodded. Okay. He found that he really underestimated the influence of Chun Fei. If he had said it when talking to Baolong Pictures, it was estimated that Zhu Mingyi's attitude would have been different. Of course, Lu Chun was just thinking about it. Chienda Brothers Pictures might be a good choice. Chapter 230. Chienda Brothers Pictures. That night, when Lu Chen returned home, he called Chun Fei and told him what had happened today. Autumn in My Heart was first declined by Zhu Mingyi of Baolong Pictures, and then the people of Chinda Brothers Pictures took the initiative to come to him. The twists and turns were similar to the story of a novel, so he naturally had to talk to the heroine. Chun Fei knew the name as soon as she heard the other party's name. The company opened by Zhang Qian and Zhang De. I've seen them at a cocktail party before. I heard that the two brothers are very loyal and have a good reputation in the circle. If the conditions can be negotiated, it's okay to let Chinda do it. Lu Chun immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I'll ask your agent to come and talk with us. The TV series Autumn in My Heart did not involve many special effects, so the production cost was not high, but Chen Fei's salary was a problem. The salary of TV actors had always been a big problem. If it were written into a paper, it would at least be a thick stack. In the 80s and 90s, the salary of actors was very low. A few hundred yuan per episode, and even a few thousand yuan was a big shot. Nowadays, with the rapid development of the entertainment industry, the cake of the film and TV series market was getting bigger and bigger, and the salary of actors was naturally rising. Popular idols with appeal could easily be paid hundreds of thousands of yuan per episode, and it was not easy to hire them. For example, the big film and TV stars Gao Ge and Su Yameng were quoted more than 1 million yuan to the public, and the actual contract price was also very shocking. It was normal for a long TV series to be shot with a total salary of millions or even tens of millions. Calculating the total cost of a TV series, it was not strange that the actor's salary exceeded the cost of shooting, post-production, and publicity. Everyone was used to it. Especially for weekend TV series, the actor's salary was even more important, often occupying most of the budget. Of course, it was also possible to hire a newcomer, and the salary could be reduced very low, but how could the ratings be guaranteed? Who would be willing to buy it? Therefore, Lu Chun could only ask for a newcomer's price for Autumn in My Heart. Converted into investment shares, the proportion was basically insignificant, but Chun Fei was different. Her status was too high, but she had never shot a TV series, so the calculation of the salary was very complicated. Although Chun Fei did not lack money, he would be laughed at if he gave too much discount. He could not afford to lose face. If it was too high, the partners would definitely have objections, so they had to negotiate and come up with a reasonable distribution plan. Of course, the joint investment of Lu Chun and Chen Fei was more than enough. However, filming a TV series was not something that could be easily done by a film and TV series production company. There were many aspects involved. For example, the approval of the content of the script, the approval of the shooting permit, as well as the production and post-processing. If the film and television company only wanted to process the materials, those with the ability would basically not do it, and those without the ability would just mess around. Therefore, it was necessary to split the profits and let everyone benefit equally in order to ensure the smooth completion of the project. Otherwise, even if a film company accepted Lu Chen's work, even if they signed a contract, they could play some tricks during the filming process and increase the budget. In the end, the gains would not make up for the losses. Nowadays, most of the movies and TV series had attracted investments from many parties, sharing risks and profits, and had long established a very mature process system. As a newcomer who had just entered the film and television industry, Lu Chun had no intention of challenging this set of rules. Not to mention him, even Chen Fei could not act on his own unless he opened his own film and television company. In this way, the partners were very important. Chen Fei said, "I originally had a good impression of Baolong Pictures, since they don't know how to cherish it." Humph. The elder sister was obviously a little unhappy. She asked her friend to connect Lu Chun with Baolong Pictures, but she did not expect that the latter would refuse to cooperate. Lu Chun said with a smile, "They also have concerns. After all, the theme is different from the mainstream. If I didn't pull you out, I guess Chinda may not be willing." "Fei, your name is loud enough." "What name is loud enough?" Chun Fei spat and said angrily, "I'm not a Jianghu heroine. Hurry up and write the rest of the script." So far, Lu Chun had only written the first 4 episodes of the script, and according to the plan, there were still 16 episodes. Chun Fei-er had a script manuscript, and she was not satisfied with it. In fact, Lu Chun's speed was already very fast. Every morning, he had to go to the Borui Club to practice martial arts and keep fit. He also had to go to Beijing Conservatory of Music to attend classes and study. He also had to find time to write the script. Every day, his schedule was full. For this reason, Lu Shi helped Lu Chun to push off a lot of announcements and made a lot less money. That is, he opened his own studio and was independent. Otherwise, if he signed with an entertainment agency, how could he get permission? He would have been crushed to death by all kinds of money-making work. Lu Chun scratched his head. I'll try to speed up, Chun Fei-er said with a smile. I'm just saying. Don't take it seriously. Don't tire yourself too much, especially don't work too late at night. It doesn't matter if you're late. Lu Chun felt warm in his heart. It's just that Chun Fei-er could afford to wait, but some people couldn't wait. The next morning, China Brothers Pictures sent people to Lu Chun's studio to discuss cooperation. In addition to Lu Yi, whom Lu Chun already knew, China Pictures also sent a vice president and a director, fully showing the importance they attached to this TV series. However, Lu Chun basically didn't care about this kind of business negotiation and left it all to his sister to handle. Now the studio was running well, and Lu Shi's accumulated experience was getting richer and richer, which saved him a lot of trouble. Chun Fei-er also sent his agent, and the representatives of the 3 parties sat down and began formal negotiations. There are some rumors in the entertainment industry, which had always been spread very quickly. And the rumors were confirmed by a blog post posted by Lu Chun in the Waves blog on November 10th, the eve of the so-called Singles Day. In this blog post, Lu Chun revealed a major piece of news to everyone. That is, a TV series he created and starred and would start shooting in the near future. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Since crowdfunding to help leukemia patients, Lu Chun has been very quiet. Except for the daily updates of his blog posts, he basically didn't make any news, which made his fans a little depressed. Even if it's just a scandal, there's always a topic to talk about. Now Lu Chun finally provided a topic. The response of fans was extremely enthusiastic, and the number of clicks and comments on the blog post kept rising. Relying on the 2 things of hero, saving the beauty, and helping fans, the number of Lu Chun's fans on the Waves blog has long exceeded the 10 million mark. As a newcomer singer who has just debuted, his move to develop into the film and television industry is really impressive and naturally caused a heated discussion. Wow, Lu Chun is going to shoot a TV series. It's great. I've long said that our Lu Chun can rely on his face to make a living. Now the opportunity has finally come. Support, hurry up and shoot it. Weekly asking, who is the heroine? Has anyone chosen? Compared to the heroine, I'm more concerned about the script written by Lu Chun himself. Can you give me a spoiler? I have a hunch that this is a tragedy of dog abuse. Haha, tomorrow is Singles Day. I wish everyone a happy holiday in advance. I'm also asking who the heroine is. On the evening of November 11th, Lu Chun updated his blog again and answered the few questions that his fans were most concerned about. First of all, the TV series he created is an urban romance theme, a youth idol genre. Second, the name of the TV series is Autumn in My Heart. Starting tomorrow, the blog will continue to update part of the story in the form of a novel. In the future, after the filming is over, the official book will be released. Finally, the heroine of Autumn in My Heart is confirmed to be Chun Fei-er. If the news of Lu Chun shooting a TV series was said to have caused a heated discussion, then this spoiler blog post has undoubtedly caused a great sensation both inside and outside the industry. The reason is very simple. The music queen Chun Fei will make her first appearance in a TV series as the heroine. There is no doubt about the authenticity of the news, because Lu Chun Fei-er at the end of the blog post. The latter replied after only 10 minutes. I'm looking forward to it. Plus a smiley face emoji. Of course, Lu Chun didn't post these 2 blog posts on a whim, but it was a planned publicity warm-up. After the efforts of the 3 parties, the agreement to shoot Autumn in My Heart was basically reached. The script outline has been sent to the relevant departments for review in advance. Once it is approved, they can start shooting immediately. Due to the addition of Chun Fei, Chinda Brothers Pictures attached great importance to this project. Not only did they make a lot of concessions on the agreement, but they also gathered elite personnel to form a shooting crew. Many staff members went to Jinling in advance. 90% of the shooting locations and scenes of Autumn in My Heart were completed in Jinling and Jinling Film City. Of course, Chinda Brothers Pictures did not have no requirements. One of them was that they hoped that Lu Chun and Chun Fei would use their respective channels to promote in advance and attract powerful TV stations and video websites to compete for the premiere rights. This was not a crooked way, but a conventional method of film and television marketing. Many movies and TV series were sold off before they could even start filming, and they recouped all their costs. It was just that many single people were abused miserably because of this. What the F***CK? Is this a public show of affection? Oh my goddess, my heart is broken. Ha! I originally guessed that the heroine would be Chun Fei, and I guessed it right. Chun Fei. I really didn't expect it. It seems that the previous scandal between the two may be true. What do you think? I'm really speechless. Lu Chun and Chun Fei have a very good relationship. They're brother and sister. Don't you know? Chun Fei, as the heroine, is it a sibling love? Sibling love +1. Public opinion was like a tide, and Autumn in My Heart soon became a hot search term on Wave's blog. Chapter 231. Jinhui Building, Alchuang Film and Television Production Company. Inside the office, Yin Qingyi closed the web page that was opened on the browser and sighed heavily. What he had just closed was the page of the Waves blog. What made the director sigh was the news that had been circulating on the blog in the past 2 days. That was, Chanta was going to shoot a TV series, and the actor she was going to work with was Lu Chun, who had been rumored to have a scandal. This series, called Autumn in My Heart, has been hyped up before it started shooting. The scriptwriter was actually Lu Chun, a young man who rose rapidly in the pop music world and showed his ambition to develop in the film and television industry. Originally, Alchuang Film and Television could have signed him. Thinking of this, Yin Qingyi was really helpless. He racked his brains to prepare for the shooting of the second season of Urban Love and chose Lu Chun as an important supporting actor in the new series. In addition to his appearance and strength and other factors, he also took a fancy to the latter's popularity among young people. The tens of millions of fans in Lu Chun's Waves blog could at least increase the ratings by a few tenths of a point. As a result, he never expected that he was made a fool of by the investors during the audition. He rejected Lu Chun and replaced him with the so-called little fresh meat, Jiang Dongjun, and took away the role of Chen Yaoyang. Yin Qingyi felt that his face had been slapped swollen. During the shooting of the first season of Urban Love, he had a little conflict with the investors. He thought that this kind of work disagreement would not affect the cooperation between the two sides, but it turned out that he was still naive. For Jiang Dongjun, to be honest, Yin Qingyi really disdained him. Apart from feminine face, he had no acting skills and no strength. How could he play a handsome, brave, and extraordinary policeman like Chen Yaoyang? Thinking that he still had to pinch his nose to shoot this TV series, he was really a little discouraged. As for Lu Chen's decision to shoot a TV series, director Yin secretly sneered. He knew that this was Lu Chen's powerful counterattack against Jiang Dongjun and the people behind Jiang Dongjun. Although Yin Qingyi was not young, his attention to the internet was no less than that of young people. He knew clearly that Jiang Dongjun and his agency had stepped on Lu Chun in different media to hype up. The entertainment industry was just that sinister. Lu Chun had always ignored this and maintained his silence, not giving them any more opportunities to hype up. But his silence was obviously not because he was swallowing the insult and retreating, but because he was retracting his fist first. Then it was a heavy blow. This punch was very beautiful. It directly pulled out a big shot like Chun Fei. The publicity effect was 100 times better than Jiang Dongjuan's little tricks. It was a slap in the face. What are you pretending to be? I'm too lazy to play with you. If you want to play, let's play it big. Yan Qingyi silently filled in the lines for Lu Chun. He could even guess that this Autumn in My Heart would probably compete head-on with the second season of Urban Love in the ratings. At that time, there would really be a good show to watch. As the director of Urban Love, Yan Qingyi was somewhat gloating. Although he has not seen the script yet, his intuition tells the director that with Chun Feier's participation, Autumn in My Heart is likely to be a hit and sell well, and Urban Love will be completely destroyed. Unless Urban Love staggered the time and did not collide with the other party. But is that possible? Yan Qingyi shook his head. Alchuang Film and Television and the investors have already finished their preparations, and the publicity has also begun. There is no reason to postpone it. Yan Qingyi suddenly had the idea of giving up on continuing to direct. He didn't want to be a scapegoat. Compared with Yan Qingyi's lack of confidence, Zhu Mingyi, the deputy manager of Baolong Pictures' production department, was much more confident. He also saw the news that was spreading on the internet, but he didn't take it seriously. To be honest, Lu Chun actually invited Chun Feier to be the female lead in the play, which surprised Zhu Mingyi. If Lu Chun had invited Chun Feier out when he was talking at the time, it would still have been negotiable. Now that he has missed it, Zhu Mingyi didn't feel much pity. If a show can't succeed, it's the same with Chun Feier. Zhu Mingyi confidently said to his immediate boss, the deputy general manager and art director of Baolong Pictures, "It's too cruel. The audience won't like it. Chun Feier's salary can't be low. The risk of our investment is too great." The most important thing is that Lu Chen's offer is very high, and I can't agree to it at all. The art director of Baolong Pictures, whose surname was Wu, was also an old fox who had been in the circle for a long time. He nodded and said meaningfully, "If that's the case, then there's no problem. You know what to do." Zhu Mingyi smiled and said, "Boss Wu, I understand." After director Wu left, Zhu Mingyi sat back in his chair, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. But he found that the tea was already cold. He frowned, and there was a layer of haze in his heart, which made him feel indescribably unhappy. This thing, it's true that people sit at home and disaster comes from the sky. Zhu Mingyi complained about Sister Li, the general manager of Beijing's Rainbow Brokerage Company. If the other party hadn't introduced Lu Chun, he wouldn't have been involved in this mess and upset. Zhu Mingyi's confidence in front of director Wu was actually mostly pretended. Chun Feier's card was too unexpected. He suddenly regretted his attitude towards Lu Chun at that time. He really didn't pay enough attention to him. At the same time, in the Blue Court Cafe on the top floor of the Jinghua Hotel adjacent to the Blue Sky Entrepreneurial Park, Sister Li, who Zhu Mingyi was complaining about, was sitting with Chun Feier and Lu Chun. Sister Li's full name was Li Jinjin. It was said that when she was a teenager, she came to Beijing from the inland countryside to make a living after graduating from junior high school. She worked as a waiter in a restaurant, swept the streets, sold insurance, and then seized the opportunity to squeeze into the circle. She started from a small assistant and finally became the general manager of a sizable brokerage company. Her life experience could be made into a long TV series. Sister Li was very fat. Her weight of more than 200 pounds made her whole body round. Her appearance was quite festive. When she smiled, she looked like a female version of Mithriya Buddha. She also wore a pair of small gold-rimmed glasses. In Beijing's circle, Sister Li was famous for her forthright and righteous character. She rarely treated the contracted artists of Rainbow Agency harshly, and if anyone wanted to leave, she would never deliberately make things difficult. But she was also very shrewd. She had a wide network in the industry, especially in the upper echelons. She was very successful in the circle, and not many people dared to look down on her. Of course, Lu Chun didn't dare to look down on her. His attitude was polite and respectful. Sister Li had a very good relationship with Chun Feier. She helped her a lot in her early years. Originally, Lu Chun was in contact with Baolong Pictures. It was this big sister who introduced them. Unfortunately, it didn't work out, and in the end, it fell to China Pictures. Regarding this result, Sister Lee complained to Chen Fei. You should have told me earlier that you wanted to be the female lead. Then I wouldn't have introduced Baolong Pictures to you. You should have talked to China Film and China Television, right? China Film and China Television were giants in the film and television industry. They were the real giants. Sister Lee wasn't bragging. She really had the means to approach China Film and China Television. Chen Fei smiled and said, Sister Lee, how could China Film and China Television like him? Even if the script is chosen, he has no chance as the male lead. I don't want you to owe me a big favor. In the eyes of China Film and China Television, there was indeed no small figure like Lu Chun. Chen Fei was barely qualified. It was impossible for Lu Chun to raise conditions with these two giants. That would be meaningless. Good cooperation required equal qualifications. It was better to be a chicken's mouth than a cow's tail. Chen Fei, of course, understood the principle. Sister Lee said with a smile, You are so considerate of him. Are you two really in a relationship? Chen Fei suddenly blushed. Sister Lee, we are just friends. Sister Lee smiled and shook her head. She said to Lu Chun, Xiao Lu, Fei is so good to you. Don't let her down. What kind of person was she? How could she not see the ambiguous relationship between the two? Lu Chun could only smile bitterly. It wasn't good for him to agree, but it was also wrong not to agree. He didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Sister Lee didn't continue to pursue the matter. She said the purpose of meeting with Lu Chun this time. Xiao Lu, I have read the script of Romance in My Life. I want to roll. Is that okay? Lu Chun said without hesitation, No problem. He didn't ask which role. Previously, when Chen Fei called him and said that Sister Lee wanted to meet him, she told him a lot of things. Therefore, Lu Chun knew that this big sister was one of Chen Fei's benefactors in life. She had helped him a lot. Most importantly, Sister Lee had a lot of connections in the entertainment circle, which was very helpful to Lu Chun's career. Now that she took the initiative to make a request, if Lu Chun hesitated and was overcautious, not only would he lose points, but he would also embarrass Chen Fei. His performance would be too bad. Sister Lee was very curious. You agreed so quickly without asking which role it is. What if I want a male lead? Lu Chun said casually. If Sister Lee really wants the male lead, it's not a problem at all. Lu Chun wasn't pretending to be polite. He could write a lot of classic scripts. As long as he could open up the scene, he would have a chance to be the male lead in the future. Of course, he agreed so quickly because it was obvious that Sister Lee was joking. However, Sister Lee was very satisfied and happy. She said to Chen Fei, the boy you chose is really good. You have to hold on to him tightly. Don't let him run away. Chen Fei covered his face with his hands. After Sister Lee made Chen Fei so embarrassed that he couldn't face anyone, she smiled and said to Lu Chun, Actually, I really want the male lead, but it's a young male lead. It's my son who has been clamoring to act, so this time I'll give him a chance. Lu Chun suddenly understood. The first few episodes of Romance in My Life required a young male and female lead. There weren't many scenes, but it was still very important. Chapter 232. This is my son. Sister Lee opened the saved photo on her phone and proudly showed it to Lu Chun. The teenager on the screen was sunny and handsome. He was 15 or 16 years old, the beginning of his youth. He looked full of vitality in his school uniform and had the temperament of a boy next door. Sister Lee obviously did not ask for the role randomly. Her son's appearance was really suitable for the role of the teenager Yin Juanxi. He is currently studying at Beijing Film Academy, affiliated high school. His results have always been good, and he has taken basic acting courses. Sister Lee was full of pride when talking about her son, just like any mother. Her marriage was a story that was often talked about in the industry. When Sister Lee established herself in Beijing and started to expand her career, she met an artist who had been in trouble for a long time and fell deeply in love with him. This artist was handsome and had a lot of luck with women. Logically speaking, he would not be interested in Sister Lee. However, he married Sister Lee and had a child. He received the latter's wholehearted support. In the end, He rose to the top with a hit TV series and became a hot star. After he became famous, this artist proposed to divorce Sister Lee. Sister Lee readily agreed. Her only request was to have custody of her son. When others talked about it, they all felt it was unfair for Sister Lee and said that the artist was an ingrate. However, Sister Lee never mentioned anything wrong with her ex-husband. Instead, she put in a good word for him on many occasions. She felt that it was enough to have a very good memory of her life. Moreover, she had a son who inherited his father's good qualities. It was this optimism and open-mindedness that earned Sister Lee the respect of many people in the industry. Lu Chun has heard this story and admired the other party's character. The matter was finalized. Chena Brothers Pictures was very sincere in the cooperation. It was not a problem to get a supporting role for only 3 or 4 episodes. The cooperation agreement between the two parties was basically finalized. As long as the script passed the review, they could start filming immediately. At 7 o'clock that evening, Lu Chun began to update the novel version of Autumn in My Heart in the form of a long blog post on Inspirblog. Unlike other star artists who hired copywriters or professionals to polish their books, the novel version of Autumn in My Heart was written by Lu Chun himself. He only had the help of the studio to proofread the wrong words. This was an important means of early publicity for the TV series Autumn in My Heart. Although there was a great risk in revealing spoilers in advance, it could attract the continuous attention of a large number of fans. Using the huge platform of the blog, the advertising fees saved was not a small amount. On November 13th, the outline of Autumn in My Heart passed the review of the relevant departments. On the same day, Lu Chun participated in the Beijing television station Variety Channel's Celebrity Interview program recording. He had been very busy recently. His daily work schedule was packed to the brim. Even at night, he had to sit in front of the computer and type out scripts and novels. He slept and rested for no more than 6 hours. Under such circumstances, many jobs were turned down, but some invitations could not be turned down, nor could they be turned down. For example, this celebrity interview program. Beijing television station had a total of 9 channels. Other than Department 1's Beijing Television, which was a satellite channel, there were 2 variety channels, 3 finance channels for lifestyle channels, 5 film channels, etc. The Variety Channel's celebrity interview program was Beijing television station's Department 2's premium program. It had a history of 3 years. It was produced once a week and had invited more than 100 celebrities from the entertainment industry. This program's ratings were quite high. The reason why Lu Chun could go on it was because he had a good working relationship with Beijing television. Otherwise, with his qualifications, he would not have been able to get on it. Like most variety programs, Celebrity Interview used a recording method. The recording location was Beijing television station's T5 Broadcasting Hall. Compared to the newly opened T1 Broadcasting Hall, T5 Broadcasting Hall was undoubtedly much smaller. It could only accommodate 300 audience members. The stage was not big, but it was more than enough to record talk show. The host of Celebrity Interview was called Mu Rong. She was a knowledgeable woman with a refined temperament. Her style of conversation was gentle and humorous. She never made the interviewee feel pressured. It was like 2 friends having afternoon tea and chatting together, talking about their troubles in life and work or their feelings in life. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The star I invited to this program is a very special boy. He has extraordinary musical talent. He once won the championship of Singing China. His debut album was very popular, and all his songs were on the original music chart. He is regarded as the new hope of originality in the pop music world. He is also the founder of campus folk songs. He is Lu Chun. Under Mu Rong's slightly sensational introduction, the music of You Who Sat Next to Me sounded, and Lu Chun stepped onto the stage. Welcome, everyone. There was immediate warm applause in the studio. Many fans who were invited to the scene raised small signs with Lu Chun's name written on them and smiled very happily. As he walked, Lu Chun smiled at them and thanked them. Thank you. Of the 300 audience at the scene, half were Lu Chun's fans. These lucky fans registered through the internet and telephone and finally were screened by Beijing TV station. The other half were ordinary enthusiastic audiences and TV station staff, commonly known as official support. "Hello, Lu Chun." Mu Rong took the initiative to extend her hand to Lu Chun. "Welcome to the celebrity interview." Lu Chun shook hands with her and said, "Thank you. It's my honor." The host was in her 40s, but because of good maintenance, she looked just in her early 30s. Her appearance was dignified, her makeup was exquisite, and her soft voice and smile made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. There were 4 cameras at the scene, and 3 of them were aimed at Lu Chun and Mu Rong. This was Lu Chun's first time participating in such a talk show, but he was not nervous at all. He sat down on the sofa, very relaxed. Mu Rong smiled and said, "Lu Chun, I think many of the audience might not know much about you. Can you first tell us how you embarked on the path of music?" Usually, in such a talk show, the host's questions were preset. As an invited guest, Lu Chun had received the questions in advance, but for the effect and authenticity of the program, the host would also suggest additional questions, so he had to improvise. The first question was a conventional question. Lu Chun nodded and said, "All right. Actually, it was really an accident that I embarked on the path of music." He gave a simple account of his experience, without deliberately exaggerating or embellishing it. What he said was what most fans knew. When he finished, Mu Rong continued to ask, "Then what plans do you have for your future?" The first few questions were quite normal, and there was nothing special about them. However, Mu Rong quickly mentioned something interesting. She first showed everyone a video, which was played on the big screen LCD TV next to her. The content was the video of Lu Chun saving people in Hangzhou. After the short video of more than 2 minutes was played, there was another warm applause in the studio. Lu Chun's fans had seen this video, and many people had seen it many times. But now, watching it again, it was still a thrilling feeling, and they could not help applauding and cheering for him. Mu Rong smiled and said, "I think the most enthusiastic applause was from the girls. I believe that the girls will be very moved when they see this video. It let us know a really brave and admirable young man." There was suddenly laughter in the audience. Many girls covered their mouths and laughed. The camera gave a close-up shot in time. Mu Rong asked Lu Chun, "At that time, you must have rushed to save people without thinking. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to move so quickly. Then, when you watched this video later, did you have any fear?" Some reporters and media had asked Lu Chun what he thought at that time, but Lu Chun did not think at that time. As Mu Rong said, if he still thought about it, he would not have been able to save Tian Tian at all. The host changed the angle of the question. Lu Chun replied, "I was not afraid. I wanted to thank the cameraman for making me so handsome." His humorous answer not only made the audience laugh, but also Mu Rong showed her 8 white teeth. Mu Rong asked with a smile, "Did your family worry about you when they saw it?" Lu Chun said, "My mother was very worried, but she thought I did a good job and made her proud." Mu Rong said sincerely, "You have a good mother." Lu Chun nodded and said, "Yes." There was another round of applause. Mu Rong said, "When he was interviewed by reporters, I remember Lu Chun's words very clearly. That is, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He has more ability than ordinary people like us, and he is also brave to take his own responsibility. We all know that Lu Chun's family has owed a lot of debts, but he is still willing to give his love." Please look at the following video, which was shot by our reporter in the Department of Hematology and Oncology of the First People's Hospital of Ningyuan City. Many leukemia patients were shown on TV. They were all helped by the crowdfunding project launched by Lu Chun, including Meng Meng. This fan of Lu Chun has successfully received a bone marrow transplant and is currently in the recovery stage. Because of the good effect of the operation, she will soon live like a normal person and enjoy a good life to the fullest. In the video, Meng Meng expressed her gratitude to Lu Chun on behalf of all the leukemia patients who were treated. She smiled and shed tears as she spoke. The applause in the studio lasted for a long time. Chapter 233. It was very common for stars and celebrities to do charity activities, and the public was used to it. For example, Chen Fei, who spends millions of yuan on charity every year, was also awarded the title of China Philanthropy Ambassador, so she was officially recognized. And this honor also allowed her to ignore many of the rules of light and dark in the circle, which was equivalent to adding a layer of amulet. Therefore, many stars were very keen on doing charity to improve their status and reputation. Lu Chun donating money to sick fans was not something worth writing home about. But the charity crowdfunding project he launched to help Meng leukemia patients was extraordinary. The project ended on the 26th with a total of 7 million plus charity funds raised, and a total of 12 leukemia patients, including Meng, were in urgent need of help. Mukin crowdfunding company has published all expenditure accounts and follow-up funding arrangements on its official website. Through the dissemination of Wave's blog, what was originally Lu Chen's personal behavior, with the support of many celebrities in the circle, has become a charity activity participated by the whole people, forming a great social influence. It was precisely because of this that Lu Chen was interviewed by the central-level China Youth Daily. Mu Rong's interview with Lu Chen focused on this aspect. It was not only a different way to create a topic, but also a kind of political correctness. And Beijing television station's interview video with leukemia patients who have been helped is even more touching, and the effect of the program was highlighted. Tian, whether it was Lu Chen's fans, ordinary audiences, or staff, the applause was warm and sincere. In their view, Lu Chen did a great thing. The significance was completely beyond his heroic rescue of Tian. Lu Chen put his hands together and modestly thanked the audience. He said sincerely, "I'm ashamed. In fact, it's a lot of warm-hearted people who really contributed. Without everyone's help, the crowdfunding activity would never have been so successful. In addition, I would like to thank Big Brother Tan Hong and Sister Chen Fei. They all donated a lot of money." Mu Rong said seriously, "In my opinion, this charity crowdfunding is telling us that there are countless kind people around us. When we need help, there will always be someone to lend a helping hand." Lu Chen nodded. "Yes." Mu Rong turned her head and said to the audience with a smile, "I've talked so much with Lu Chen, so now it's time to give the opportunity to our audience. Do any of you have any questions for Lu Chen?" The 45-minute celebrity interview program had been recorded for 20 minutes. The conversation between Mu Rong and Lu Chen was basically within the predetermined framework, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. For an interview program, this was definitely too serious and formal. Hence, there was the audience's Q&A session. There are no strict rules or restrictions on the audience's questions, which made it more interesting and interactive. The format of the recorded broadcast also ensured that no mistakes would appear on the television screen. As soon as Mu Rong finished speaking, more than 200 arms were raised. Mu Rong smiled and said, "The audience is very enthusiastic. Who should I choose to ask the first question?" She purposely pondered for a moment before saying, "Let Lu Chen choose for himself." Lu Chen laughed involuntarily and pointed big at a girl in a white dress sitting in front of him. The girl in the white dress looked like she was in her teens. She took the microphone from the staff and asked, "Big Brother Lu Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Her bold and direct question immediately made the audience burst into laughter. Mu Rong also laughed. This question involves Lu Chen's privacy. In fact, it was not out of line. Topics that were out of line would naturally be cut in the post-production. Lu Chen smiled and said, "I did in the past, but I don't have one now. But I will definitely have one in the future. Thank you." Everyone laughed and applauded. The girl in the white dress asked again, "Then can you tell us what kind of girl you like?" Her eyes were fiery. She did not hide her love and admiration for Lu Chen at all. She was that direct. Lu Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I haven't thought about this question. In fact, liking someone is a kind of feeling. It's not about what kind of person the other party is. There is no perfect person." When answering this question, he could not help but think of Chen Fei. Did Lu Chen like Chen Fei? Yes. The girl in the white dress wanted to continue asking, but Mu Rong did not give her a chance. She asked Lu Chun to choose the next questioner. Lu Chun pointed to a boy. The boy stood up very excitedly and almost failed to catch the microphone that was handed to him. He asked, Lu Chun, may I ask how you did the clothes flapping action in the rescue video? Lu Chun did not expect that he would ask this question. However, there was nothing to hide. He replied, this action is actually a move in traditional martial arts. It is called Overlord Armor Removal. As long as you practice more, you can also do it. The boy's eyes lit up. Can you demonstrate again? Lu Chun, Mu Rong was considerate. Student, please watch the video. After all, it is not convenient to demonstrate it here. Thank you. This was an interview show, not a martial arts performance. His request was a bit too much. The boy also realized his mistake and was so embarrassed that his face turned red. Lu Chun helped him out. Well, next time I'll take a video of practicing martial arts and upload it to my blog. He could understand the boy's curiosity. Which man did not have the dream of being a hero saving a beauty? The boy was grateful. Thank you. Then Lu Chun chose 3 more audience questions and answered them one by one. Finally, the microphone returned to Mu Rong's hand. She asked, Lu Chun, who do you want to thank the most for your achievements now? This was a very official question. When Mu Rong asked this question, many figures flashed through Lu Chun's mind. Su Bo, Mo Ran, Fong Mingyi, Chun Jinhao, Tan Hong, Chun Fe-er. Some came from dreams and some from reality. In the end, there was only one name left in his heart. Lu Chun replied, the person I want to thank the most is my mother. Mu Rong's eyes were gentle. She asked softly, can you tell me why your mother is your mother? Lu Chun was silent for a moment and said, first of all, there would be no me without my mother. I would not be sitting here today. Second, my mother taught me a lot of life principles. She taught me to be strong and independent. Although this was a TV show, when it came to this question, Lu Chun was still willing to bare his heart. The person he was most grateful to was his mother. Mu Rong quietly listened to Lu Chun and asked, then here in our interview program, what do you want to say to your mother? Lu Chun thought for a moment and said, in fact, like most people, I'm not very good at expressing my feelings. I'll express it in a song to the person I love. Easterners were different from Westerners. The expression of their feelings was often very implicit. They would not often say, I love you, but would only express it with action. Mu Rong's eyes suddenly lit up. That's great. There was no need for her to encourage. The audience spontaneously clapped their hands. The staff on the scene sent a guitar to Lu Chun. Lu Chun held the guitar and tried it. After there was no problem, he said, this song is for my mother. Its name is When You're Old. He gently plucked the strings and played the prelude. The studio immediately became extremely quiet. Everyone listened carefully to the sound of the piano and listened to the voice from Lu Chun. When you're old and your hair is white, you're drowsy. When you're old and can't walk, dozing by the fire, recalling youth. How many people have loved your youth and happy hours, loving your beauty, hypocritically or sincerely? Only one person still loves your devout soul, loving the wrinkles on your old face. When you're old and your eyebrows droop, the lights are dim and uncertain. The wind blows, your news, that's the song in my heart. This song, When You're Old, was adapted from the famous poem, How You're Old by the Irish poet Yeats. The original poem was written by the poet to the lover he had never pursued in his life. The feelings were delicate and real. Now, after the adaptation, it was sung by Lu Chun to his mother. It also has the charm of touching the soul. The whole song was soothing and warm, with strong folk characteristics. There was no exciting climax, but it was meaningful and profound, extremely pleasant to listen to, and deeply infected all the audience present. Beauty is easy to grow old, and youth is easy to pass away. It was the law of life. It was also human nature to love beauty and be reluctant to be young. And when a mother dedicated all her youth to her children, how could this feeling be repaid? When you're old and your hair is white, sleepy, and uncertain. When you're old and can't walk, dozing by the fire, recalling youth. How many people have loved your youth and happy hours, loving your beauty, hypocritically or sincerely? Only one person still loves your devout soul, loving the wrinkles on your old face. When I'm old and my eyebrows droop, the lights are dim and uncertain. The wind blows, your news, that's the song in my heart. When I'm old, I really hope I am singing this song for you. Lu Chen's singing, from soothing to high-pitched, full of emotion but not excited, like a cloud tide rushing up the snowy peak, immediately drifting away, gradually returning to calm, leaving a lingering sound. Until he put down the guitar, all the audience seemed to wake up from a dream and applauded desperately. Sitting across from Lu Chen, Mu Rong's eyes had already turned red. She rarely showed such true feelings in her own program, but Lu Chen's song really moved her. Mu Rong was already 40 years old and a mother of 2 children. Was there a child who would sing for her like Lu Chen? When you're old, only one person still loves your devout soul, loving the wrinkles on your old face. Note, when you're old, original author. Yeats adapted/composed, Zhao Zhao. Chapter 234. This issue of Celebrity Interview was recorded for nearly 70 minutes. This meant that more than a third of the content would be cut and would not appear on the TV screen. But it didn't matter. When you're old was enough to make this issue of Celebrity Interview very exciting. After the interview ended, Mu Rong even felt a little unsatisfied. She had supported hundreds of programs, and there were very few people who had the same feeling. Probably to make up for the regret in her heart, Mu Rong specially invited Lu Chen to a coffee shop near the TV station. She was not alone, accompanied by a deputy director of the Beijing TV station variety channel program team. The deputy director, surnamed Zhu, was a burly man from the north, with a straightforward personality and a loud voice. Of course, Director Zhu did not come out to chat with them. He had his eyes on the upcoming Autumn in My Heart. To be precise, Beijing TV Department 2 was quite interested in this TV series. In fact, ever since Lu Chen announced the shooting of Autumn in My Heart on his blog and the news that Chen Fei would be the female lead, there were a lot of units interested in this weekend TV series. There were TV stations, advertisers, middlemen, and most of them were entertainment management companies. The former came to inquire about the price, while the latter wanted to play a role. Although Lu Chen was a pure newcomer in the film and television industry, with the golden signboard of Chen Fei, even if it was a bad movie, he could still get a lot of attention, and there was no lack of people willing to bet on it. At present, the scale of the domestic film and television industry was very large, and the number of TV series shot every year was rising steadily, reaching a quite amazing level. And of these TV series, at least 90% could not be broadcast on the provincial and central TV stations. Many of them could not even be seen by the city TV stations. They could only be put on the internet and rely on click traffic to make some money. The truly powerful online media also only picked the best products to promote. Therefore, it was really incredible for Lu Chen, who was not in the film and television industry and was a newcomer who had just made his debut, to suddenly write his own script, be the male lead, and find partners to shoot a TV series by himself. However, this kind of fooling around was so successful that it made countless people jealous and envious. In the final analysis, Chen Fei was the key. Autumn My Heart was Chen Fei's first TV series. Relying on her golden signboard alone, she can save tens of millions of publicity and hype costs. It is very normal for Beijing TV Department 2 to be interested. Even now, by the opportunity of Star Interview to contact Lu Chen, it is already very reserved. However, Director Zhu had found the wrong person to talk to about this matter with Lu Chen. Autumn of My Heart was a project led by Lu Chen, but he left all the investment, publicity, and sales to his sister, Lu Shi. Therefore, when Director Zhu tried to inquire about the price, Lu Chen could only give him Lu Shi's contact number. Selling a TV series to a TV station was a very complicated matter. Generally speaking, according to the TV series, an episode could cost anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions. There were too many factors that affected the price, such as the script, the actors, the director, the theme, and so on. It could also be sold to multiple TV stations for a premiere, or it could be an exclusive premiere with different prices. In addition, if the ratings of the premiere were high, the price of the rebroadcast would be very high. There were many examples of the premiere not making money, but relying on the rebroadcast to make a lot of money. However, more often than not, many TV series were door-to-door sales, and they couldn't get what they wanted even if they were half sold and half given. Therefore, although Liu Chun couldn't promise director Zhu anything, he was still very polite. Maybe he would have to beg him in the end. And director Zhu also had his own reservations. His interest in Autumn in My Heart was not too great. If there was no Chan Fei-er to join, it would not fall into his sight at all. It's just that there are a lot of TV series now, but the quality or the works that can sell well are very limited. Beijing TV Variety Channel not only faces the competition of its peers, but also has to compete with other channels on the same station for resources. In addition to the eldest set of satellite TV, the second set of variety channels, the fourth set of life channels, the fifth set of film and television channels, and the eighth set of youth channels all have fixed TV series programs. Internal performance rankings are implemented between different channels. The higher the performance, the higher the reward, and the more resources will naturally be tilted. Therefore, the outsourcing of channel programs is everywhere in order to save costs and improve efficiency. But saving is far from as good as open source. A good program or a TV series with high ratings can produce great benefits and bring huge profits. Now is not decades ago. The internal reform of the TV station has long been completed, and the competition mechanism is very mature. Although the variety channel is ranked second in Beijing TV, it is closely chased by the fourth and fifth sets, and there is a strong sense of crisis. Director Zhu is naturally under a lot of pressure. Buying a bad TV series and buying a good TV series have two different results, which are likely to lead to the position under his buttocks being shaken or stabilized. Therefore, he didn't put on any airs with Liu Chun. He was not disappointed that he didn't dig anything out of Liu Chen's mouth. He just wanted to establish a good relationship, and if it was really worth it in the future, he could take the lead. Under such circumstances, coupled with Mu Rong's cooperation, the communication between the two sides was very harmonious. At 8:30 p.m. on November 15th, the new issue of Star Interview was broadcast on Beijing TV Variety Channel on time. This episode of the show attracted the attention of a large number of Liu Chun fans. Liu Chun has already issued an announcement on his blog, and the content of the show was broadcast on Whale TV that night. As a result, the song, When You're Old, became an instant hit. This new song by Liu Chun, which no one has ever heard before, and as a song written for his mother, it poked the tears of countless people. The video clip of playing and singing was forwarded by a large number of people on blogs. It was not uncommon to hear songs praising, and reminiscing about one's mother in China, but they were basically works with a preachy theme. Therefore, they were not very popular and were usually only sung at cultural performances of government departments or social groups. This makes When You're Old more and more precious. Its lyrics are not complicated. It can be said to be easy to understand. The melody is soothing and beautiful. The requirements for singing skills are not high, and it is easy to cover. The characteristic guitar, playing, and singing of folk songs are most suitable for dissemination, coupled with the emotions contained in the song, so it is regarded as one of Liu Chen's best works by many music critics and is strongly recommended on blogs. In the pop music circle, people once again saw the talent of Liu Chen. Liu Chun seems to have endless musical inspiration. He can always write beautiful works. He is obviously very handsome, but he never brushes his face to eat. He brushes his songs. Someone listed all of Liu Chen's works in the forum, including his own albums and songs written for others. None of them are mediocre, and any of them could be the lead or second lead of an album. The most outrageous thing is that so far, all of the works that have been officially released by Liu Chun have been on the original music chart, which is a record in itself. In the history of domestic pop music, There must be better singers or musicians than Lu Chun, but the average quality of their works has reached this level. Many people were amazed by this. The future pop music world will belong to Lu Chun's era. Such praise is definitely a bit too much for the current Lu Chun. Some people are amazed, some people are jealous, some people are disdainful, and some people take it to heart. However, the ups and downs on the internet have not affected Lu Chun for the time being, and he has no time to pay attention to it. On November 16th, Lu Chun and Li Feiyu left Beijing together and came to Jinling to attend the opening ceremony of Autumn in My Heart. More than 300 kilometers away from Jinling, Kaiyuan District, Ningyuan City. In the second bedroom of room 201 of Building 7, Meng Meng is sitting on the bed and looking at the textbook in her hand. Her bone marrow transplant operation was very successful, and there was no obvious rejection reaction. In addition, her original physical fitness was good, so she was discharged from the hospital shortly after the operation to recuperate and undergo post-operative drug consolidation treatment. According to the doctor, as long as there are no accidents, her leukemia is basically cured. It is also because of the rapid development of science and medical technology. In the past, it was really a terminal illness, and even if the bone marrow transplant was successful a few years ago, the recurrence rate was very high. Now, with new drugs and new methods, as long as there is no lack of treatment funds, there's a very high cure rate if the match is successful. And for this family, this is the best result. It's just that Meng Meng is a little depressed. Because of this serious illness, her schoolwork has been lagged behind. She probably needs to repeat for a year before she can take the college entrance examination. Otherwise, there's no hope of being admitted to the ideal school. Although Meng Meng's grades are ordinary, she still wants to work hard to go to college, even if it is a very ordinary university. The door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and two girls wearing masks came in. Meng Meng, we are here to see you. Meng Meng immediately beamed with joy. The person who came was her best friend. She is very bored staying at home, but she can't go out in a short time, and her mother doesn't allow her to play with any electronic devices. Even her mobile phone is confiscated. Therefore, the happiest time for Meng Meng is when her classmates and friends come to visit. This time, her best friends didn't bring her flowers or fruits, but a thick stack of printed paper. Meng Meng asked curiously, "What is this?" Her best friend said with a smile, "You will know when you see it." Meng Meng opened it and immediately saw the printed text on the first page of the manuscript. Autumn in My Heart /author, Lu Chun. She opened her eyes in disbelief. This is a novel written by brother Lu Chun? Her best friend said with a smile, "Yes, the TV series is about to start, and Lu Chun is the male lead, and Chun Fer is the female lead. When you get better, you can watch it." Meng Meng clenched the manuscript in her hand, eager to get better soon. She believes that the novel written by Lu Chun and the TV series will be very exciting. Chapter 235. When Lu Chun came to Jinling again, it was raining. The drizzle was like smoke and fog. This ancient and modern city was extraordinarily beautiful in the rain. It was gentle, elegant, and lingering, as if an elegant lady from the Tang and Song dynasties was quietly waiting for his arrival. It was hard to describe this feeling in words. Lu Chun stayed in the same five-star hotel near the Jinling Film and Television City. The crew of Autumn in My Heart had already assembled in the film and television city a few days ago. They could start shooting as soon as the actors arrived. As one of the three major film and television cities in China, Jinling Film and Television City service facilities were in place. Any crew that came here didn't need to worry about food, accommodation, and travel. The film and television city would help solve the worries. Therefore, in the past, it often took a year or more to shoot 30 to 40 episodes of TV series. Now, it was normal to shoot 2 episodes a week for weekend shows. If special effects were not needed in the post-production, then it could be shot this week and appear on the TV screen the next week. The efficiency was very high. Of course, this was the ideal situation because there were often all kinds of unexpected situations in the shooting work. Even if the TV station cooperated, they still needed to arrange the broadcast time in advance. In the hotel's business suite, Lu Chun first met Chun Fe, who came a day earlier than him, as well as Sister Li and her baby son, Zhang Juanji. In the TV series Autumn in My Heart, Lu Chun played the male lead, and Zhang Juanji played the role of his youth. This handsome boy had just turned 15 years old this year. He was 170 meters tall and looked at least 70% similar to his father. If he grew taller and bigger, he would undoubtedly be an idol that could charm thousands of girls. Sister Li was obviously very proud of her son. Zhang Juanji was very outgoing and didn't have the slightest shyness. When he saw Lu Chun, he immediately shouted in surprise. He put down the tablet he was playing with and ran over. He smiled and bowed to Lu Chun. "Hello, brother Lu Chun," Sister Li said. "How can you call him brother? You should call him uncle." Lu Chun smiled bitterly and said, "Sister Li, I'm not that old. Just call him brother." He nodded and smiled at Zhang Juanji. "Hello, Zhang Juanji." Zhang Juanji proudly made a victory gesture to his mother, and then said eagerly, "Brother Lu Chun, I want to learn martial arts from you, and I also want to learn guitar from you. You play the guitar so well, and I want to know how you got Sister Fei." Before he could finish, one of his ears was twisted by Chun Fei. The heavenly queen sneered, "Little Ji, you're being naughty again. It looks like I haven't taught you enough." Zhang Juanji grimaced and said with a bitter face, "Sister Fei, I know I was wrong. Chun Fei had a good relationship with Sister Li and treated Zhang Juanji like a younger brother. However, this younger brother of hers was very mischievous, and Sister Li spoiled him a lot. Therefore, sometimes when she couldn't stand it, she would have to discipline him. Everything has its vanquisher. Zhang Juanji was not afraid of anything, but he was afraid of Chun Fei. Lu Chun nodded. "If you want to learn guitar from me, there's no problem. First, you have to act well." Chun Fei let go of his hand. Zhang Juanji rubbed his red ear, patted his chest, and said, "Brother Chun, don't worry. I've shot commercials and acted in plays. I promise I won't let you down." Lu Chun smiled and said, "Then it's a deal." Sister Li said seriously, "Lu Chun, don't spoil him like I do. If he needs to be beaten, scolded. If he does something wrong, just criticize him. You don't have to consider my relationship with him." Although Sister Li doted on Zhang Juanji, it was not the kind of unrestrained doting. Zhang Juanji liked singing and acting and was destined to enter the entertainment industry. Therefore, in this aspect, she was very serious in disciplining him. If a star wanted to stay in the industry for a long time, networking was very important. Although she could help her son, Zhang Juanji had to walk his own path in the future. No one liked a spoiled child, and the earth would not revolve around anyone. Therefore, this time, Sister Li used her relationship with Chun Fei to put Zhang Juanji into the crew of Autumn in My Heart. It was to pave the way for him and also to sharpen and train him. Lu Chun said with a smile, "Okay, but the key still depends on the director." Chun Fei said, "Let's go see director Fong together." The director of Autumn in My Heart finally fell on Fong Hui, who was recommended by Lu Chun. The partner, Chinda Brothers Pictures, originally coveted this position. They had signed several directors, but in the end, they respected Lu Chun's opinion. In return, most of the other important supporting roles and small roles were signed artists under Chinda Brothers Pictures or candidates recommended by related stakeholders. There were at least dozens of roles in a TV series, and it was unknown how many people wanted to ask for a cameo with only a few lines, but they couldn't get it. The interests involved were great, especially those TV series produced by big directors. They were simply the meat of Tang Sung. Originally, if it was just Lu Chun's own selfie, perhaps not many people would be interested. But since the news that Chun Fei would play the leading role was announced, and it became a hot topic on blogs, there were really too many entertainment agencies and actors calling Lu Chun's studio. However, they were destined to be disappointed. This time, the fertile water would basically not flow into the fields of outsiders. The group left the hotel and went to the Kun Arts Village, which belonged to the film city. The Kun Arts Village of Jinling Film City was actually an apartment-style hotel for the crew to stay. Although the conditions were certainly not as good as those of a five-star hotel, the advantages were that all kinds of facilities were very complete and the price was low. It was not the first time that Chin Brothers Pictures had come to Jinling Film City to shoot, so they were very familiar with everything. They had already completed the preparation work. They booked 2 floors as the base camp of the crew, and they could start work at any time. In the conference room of the base camp, Liu Chan met director Fang Hui, as well as the actors who played the girl Yin Enshi, Han Taishi, Choi Shinai, Shun Yumei, and other important supporting roles. Fang Hui was also very happy to see Liu Chan. When she received a call from Liu Chan for the first time, inviting her to direct Autumn in My Heart, she couldn't believe it. Fang Hui and Liu Chan were not very familiar with each other, and they did not have a deep friendship. They had only worked together on a music video. Although after the shooting of the music video, they had said that they would work together again if there was a chance. But everyone knew that it was just a polite remark. Therefore, she was really very surprised, especially when she heard that the female lead of this TV series was Chun Fair. She felt as if she had been hit by a pie falling from the sky. As a director, Fang Hui was a little famous in the film and television industry, but it was completely incomparable to the real big stars. Her status was equivalent to that of a second or third-tier star. Some people would hire her, but they would not spend a lot of money and effort to hire her. And with Chun Fei-er's status, it was easy to find a director of the same level. So when she learned that Liu Chan was not joking, she did not hesitate to agree. She did not even mention how much the director's salary was. Such an opportunity was too rare. Especially after reading the script of Autumn in My Heart, this feeling of luck was even stronger. Fang Hui liked this story very much. In addition to Fang Hui and the actors, there were also production directors, brokerage managers, assistant directors, cameramen, and so on from China Pictures, including Liu Yi, who had dealt with Liu Chan before. For this TV series, China Pictures could be said to have sent out all the elites, and even suspended a TV series that was originally being prepared to shoot Autumn in My Heart with all their might. Liu Yi introduced the other actors to Liu Chan with great enthusiasm. The actress who played the young girl, Yin Enshi, was called Yi Mingmei. She was only 14 years old this year. She was slender and beautiful. She was still a student in the 3rd year of junior high school. Her father had a good relationship with the boss of China Pictures, so she was recommended to the crew. Compared with Zhang Juanji's lively and active personality, Yi Mingmei was undoubtedly a well-behaved girl. She spoke softly and softly. When she greeted Liu Chan and Chun Fei-er, she blushed and looked quite cute. Chun Fei-er liked her very much. He took her little hand and chatted with her a little more. Han Taishi, the first male supporting role, was a new artist of China Pictures, Hu Yang, who had just made his debut. He was 2 years younger than Liu Chan. He dressed up with the temperament of a rich second generation, which was quite in line with the characters in the TV series. He belonged to the popular young idol. However, in front of Liu Chan and Chun Fei, Hu Yang did not have the slightest arrogance and was very polite and respectful, because he knew very well who was really in charge of this crew. As for the actors who played Choi Shinai and Shun Yumei, they were also carefully selected by China Pictures. They did not have much fame in the circle, but they all had rich acting experience. In addition, there were several less important actors. Some were recommended by Sister Lee, and some were relatives of China Pictures. With the arrival of Liu Chan, the crew was really complete, and everyone had a small meeting first. The content of the meeting was mainly about tomorrow's opening ceremony and shooting work. In addition, they also talked about the premiere. Relying on the popularity stirred up on the internet, there were currently 4 or 5 medium-sized TV stations looking for Liu Chan and Chun Fei-er studio, as well as China Pictures, in addition to big TV stations such as Beijing TV Station, Haijin TV Station, and Zhejiang TV Station. The opinion of China Pictures was to choose 2 strong and sincere first-run TV stations from them. It didn't matter if the price was low, but they must ensure that it was broadcast in prime time and the key to profit was on the replay. The crew meeting ended after more than an hour. Liu Chan, Chun Fei-er, and sisterly returned to the hotel, but he and Chun Fei-er quietly went out again. Chapter 236. The sun was setting, and the sun was shining after the rain. It was the evening rush hour, and the roads of Jinling City were full of traffic. People were rushing home from work. No one noticed a bicycle speeding past on the side of the road. The bicycle was rented at the tourist service station. The deposit was 500 yuan, and the rent was 2 yuan per hour. The bicycle was fashionable and of good quality. It allowed people to carry people in the back seat, but it could only be driven on the dedicated lane. Because of the low rent and no risk of theft, this kind of public bicycle was very popular with tourists. Lu Chun pedaled the bicycle, carrying Chun Fei-er, facing the wind, no different from ordinary tourists. Chun Fei-er sat in the back, and the cool wind blew her skirt. She hugged Lu Chen's waist, and her head leaned against Lu Chen's back. The Queen of Sweet Song was wearing a scarf, and a pair of blue ink crystal glasses could not cover her stunning face, but was enough to make passers-by not find out her true identity, so that she could enjoy the time alone with Lu Chun at ease. Such time was really rare and as precious as gold. On the 10th anniversary of her debut, a reporter asked Chun Fei-er, "How long are you going to sing?" Chun Fei-er's answer was, "A lifetime." Unlike her brother Tan Hong, who gradually retired, she liked to sing and stand in the spotlight, because this was her dream since childhood, and she would never give it up easily. However, the more you gain, the more you lose. The glamour of a star is at the expense of private life. Even if she learned the skills of disguise, Chun Fei-er rarely had time to live an ordinary life. Fortunately, she met Lu Chun. Her life changed. She hugged Lu Chun tighter, and suddenly had a feeling of fear of losing him. Lu Chun did not understand, and asked, "Are you hungry? Let's go eat something. What do you want to eat?" This time, his date with Chun Fei-er was the first time that no outsiders followed. Chun Fei-er's assistant and bodyguards did not follow. On the one hand, it was because of her insistence, and on the other hand, Lu Chun had enough ability to protect her, so there would be no problem. Moreover, Jinling was a very safe city. Even so, the two of them still had the thrill of secretly eloping. Chun Fei-er thought for a moment and said, "I want to eat spicy hot pot. Do you know where I can get it?" Malatang? Of course, Lu Chun didn't know where to eat it, but thanks to the great technology, he only needed to open his phone and search for the keywords, and soon found the nearest place to eat malatang. Following the guidance of the satellite navigation system, Lu Chun drove Chun Fei-er to the destination in half an hour. It was a very old street, and both sides of the street were lined with delicacies and snacks. There were all kinds of them, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. The street was bustling with people. Chun Fei-er held onto Lu Chen's arm. The two of them walked through the crowd like an ordinary couple, searching for their own delicacies amidst the various fragrances. They found a restaurant with a high reputation, and waited for more than 10 minutes before there was an empty table. Chun Fei-er chose more than a dozen skewers of her favorite foods: tenderloin, fried dough sticks, enoki mushrooms, coriander. 2 bowls of cooked spicy hot pot were quickly served. The spicy hot pot of this restaurant had a strong aroma, and the ingredients were fresh and clear. It really lived up to its reputation. Chun Fei-er ate with relish. She actually ate more than Lu Chun. After eating, it was already dark. Lu Chun took her back to the river for a walk. Because Chun Fei-er ate too much, she needed to digest the food. When they were tired, the two of them sat on a bench by the river and enjoyed the clear water in front of them. This place was far away from the bustling commercial street. Although there were pedestrians and tourists, it was undoubtedly a lot quieter. Most of them were couples. The air here seemed to be rippling with a romantic atmosphere. Chun Fei-er touched her belly and let out a low moan. She looked tired and satisfied. She looked like a little woman. Lu Chun laughed at her. "Why do you eat so much? Aren't you afraid of getting a stomachache?" Chun Fei-er tilted her head and leaned on his shoulder. She murmured, "When I was a child, I was very greedy. I liked the skewers cooked in the pot at the school gate. One time, I was greedy and spent the money to buy textbooks." She paused. Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Then what happened?" Chun Fei said, "Then I was beaten by my mother. She slapped but with a bamboo ruler. It was so painful. At that time, I thought that when I grew up and made money, I would eat skewers every day, every meal. Later, when I really became rich, I knew that it was unhealthy to eat too much of this kind of thing. Just like spicy hot pot, I haven't eaten it for a long time." She narrowed her eyes and recalled the past. A sweet smile appeared on her lips, even when she talked about the pain. Lu Chen smiled. "If I have a chance in the future, I will take you out to eat it." Chun Fei turned her head and said with a smile, "Thank you." She smiled happily. Her smile was breathtakingly beautiful in the light of the roadside lights. It firmly attracted Lu Chen's eyes. Lu Chen stared at the beauty close to him. Suddenly, he couldn't help the impulse in his heart. He reached out and took off the sunglasses she was wearing. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her red lips heavily. Chun Fei's lips were soft and fragrant, with an indescribable sweetness. The heavenly queen of the music industry suddenly opened her eyes wide and instinctively shrank back, but she could not escape. She moaned weakly, closed her eyes, and let Lu Chen take advantage of her. This was the first kiss between the two. After a long time, Lu Chen reluctantly separated because Chun Fei was almost out of breath. She leaned her whole body in Lu Chen's arms, closed her eyes, and breathed like orchids. He didn't know how touching it was. Chun Fei opened her eyes again, and there was a touch of shyness on her delicate face. She suddenly stretched out her arms and hugged Lu Chen's neck. She took the initiative to give a kiss, as if she wanted to rub herself into Lu Chen's body. It was so hot that Lu Chen was about to melt. This kiss lasted even longer. The anxiety in Lu Chen's heart disappeared, and he was immersed in the gentle enjoyment. It wasn't until the sound of a car horn not far away that the two woke up. Chun Fei was embarrassed and let go of Lu Chen. She straightened up and said, "Let's go." The so-called bottom line was broken step by step like this. She was powerless to stop it, but she couldn't go on, or something would really happen. Lu Chen was a little regretful, but he still said, "Okay, let's go back to the hotel." He naturally took Chun Fei's hand, and his heart was extremely satisfied. Chun Fei let him hold her hand and said softly, "This is my first kiss, but it's not yours, right?" Lu Chen smiled bitterly. He really had nothing to say about this. The next day, the crew of Autumn in My Heart held a boot ceremony in Jinling Film City. The boot ceremony was not very grand, but because Chun Fei was the female lead, many media reporters came, and it almost turned into a press conference. The focus of the reporters was, of course, Chun Fei. Today, Chun Fei was in a very good state of mind. She was in high spirits, and her eyes were smiling. She was bright and beautiful, and it was unknown how many shudders she had taken, which attracted the attention of the audience. In the face of the reporters' questions, she answered gracefully. A reporter from Entertainment Weekly asked, "Chun Fei, is it because of your relationship with Lu Chen that you're the female lead of this TV series? Are you in a relationship?" This question was probably what all the reporters wanted to ask. It was well known that the relationship between Lu Chen and Chun Fei was very good. There were even rumors about the two before. Although the two denied that they were in a relationship with a younger brother, the cooperation between the two inevitably made people's imagination run wild. Chun Fei smiled and pulled Lu Chen, who was standing next to her. She hugged him intimately and said, "I'm very good friends with Lu Chen. As for being in a relationship," she turned her head and asked Lu Chen, who didn't know whether to laugh or cry, "Are you courting me?" Lu Chen thought for a moment, then replied very seriously, "Then I'll try." Chun Fei laughed. As the two of them sang along, they cleverly avoided the topic. The more they tried to hide it, the more people would guess and fabricate it. On the contrary, they calmly faced each other, which made it difficult for others to figure out the real details. This was the so-called fake is real, and the real is fake. After laughing, Chun Fei said, "In fact, after I read the script of this TV series, I took the initiative to ask Lu Chen to play the female lead, because I like the role of Inun Hui very much, and I feel that it is very challenging. Chen Feier was not afraid to expose herself. I play Inun Hui in the TV series, and she is the younger sister of In Juanxi, who is played by Lu Chun. She was several years older than Lu Chun. However, Chen Feier had never been shy about talking about her age, so she took the initiative to reveal it before the reporter asked. Another reporter asked, "Mr. Lu Chun, how do you feel about acting with Chen Feier?" Lu Chun replied, "I don't feel anything because I haven't acted in it yet." The reporter asked, "Do you feel pressured?" Lu Chun replied, "I didn't feel pressure at first, but after you asked, I suddenly felt pressured." Everyone laughed at once. Lu Chen's answer was very sophisticated, and he did not leave any loopholes for these reporters. A reporter asked Chen Feier again, "When will your new album be released?" Chen Feier replied, "Next month. In addition, I will also sing the theme song of this TV series, which may be included in the new album. In short, it will definitely give everyone a surprise." The opening ceremony was only the first half an hour of the ceremony, and the rest was almost a personal interview with Chen Feier. Even Lu Chun only got a few questions, but no one felt that there was anything wrong with this. To put it bluntly, the reason why Autumn in My Heart could get so much attention was that Chen Feier contributed at least 90%. After the opening ceremony, Autumn in My Heart officially entered the shooting stage. However, Lu Chun and Chen Feier did not participate in the shooting because they did not have scenes in the first 2 episodes, so they did not need to stay here. The most important thing was that the two needed to return to Beijing to participate in a very important event. That was the shooting of the Dedication of Love public service advertisement of the Yanhuang Charity Association. Chapter 237. The song Dedication of Love was put out by Lu Chun to thank those people inside and outside the circle who supported the charity crowdfunding project and was put on the Inspur blog. He never thought of seeking benefits or fame by relying on this song. There was no need for that at all. However, Lu Chun did not expect that the great god of Yanhuang Charity Association actually took a fancy to Dedication of Love, came to buy the license, and invited him to participate in the MV of the public service advertisement. Lu Chun directly gave a free permanent license. Later, Chen Feier told him that he did the right thing. Whether in China or abroad, there are many benefits for star artists to do charity or to establish a good cooperative relationship with authoritative charities. In China, the reputation of charity is like adding a layer of amulet to oneself, and people always look up to them. For example, Chen Feier herself has long-term cooperation and exchanges with Yanhuang Charity Association. Like Lu Chun, she will also participate in the public service advertisement of Dedication of Love. On the way back from Jinling to Jinling, Lu Chun and Chen Feier sat in the same car. Because the work later involved the arrangement of Yanhuang Charity Association, she revealed a lot of inside information. Last year and this year, there was a lot of trouble in the domestic charity world, which had a big impact on the image of the public. Although these were not all Yanhuang Charity Association's fault, as the top existence in the domestic charity structure, the association was also passive. The pressure from the top made them urgently need to carry out publicity and re-erect a good image. It was at this time that Lu Chun carried out charity crowdfunding through the crowdfunding website, which caused a great impact on the internet. His creation of Dedication of Love is very much in line with the taste of Yanhuang Charity Association. Otherwise, how could such a good thing fall on Lu Chen's head? Looking at the list of stars selected to participate in the public service advertisement, Li Xing, Tan Hong, Chen Feier, Lu Zhonghan, Shi Rong, and so on are all big figures, including Lu Chun himself. The final list was 15 stars, all of whom were more famous than him. Moreover, the director of this public service announcement was the famous director Yu Jianda. This 60-year-old director had filmed more than 20 movies and had won awards at international film festivals. He enjoyed a high reputation. Zhang Wentian, who Lu Chun knows, is also a big director, but compared with Yu Jianda, he is at least a little worse. Chen Feier said, If you're chosen by Director Yu to make a movie, you will really reach the sky in one step. Lu Chen laughed involuntarily. He knew that Chun Fei-er was joking, and he was also reminding him to take this job seriously, even if he didn't earn a single cent. Lu Chan held Chun Fei-er's hand and said, "It's better for me to be the director and make a movie myself, and you'll be the heroine for me. Let's reach the sky together, okay?" Chun Fei-er felt sweet and said, "You still want to be a director? All right then. As long as you can act in a movie, I'll be the female lead for you. You can't go back on your word." Lu Chen laughed. Chun Fei-er didn't take it seriously, but he was serious. However, it would take a long time for this idea to be realized. At present, his accumulation was too little. He had to take it one step at a time. Now Lu Chen was walking very fast. It was too easy to fall if he sped up and ran. The Mercedes-Benz carrying the two of them sped along the Jinjing Expressway and returned to the capital before dark. Chun Fei-er first sent Lu Chen back to the apartment. Although the two of them kissed in Jinling, because of career reasons, this relationship was not going to be public for the time being. Again, Lu Chen rose too fast, and his foundation and accumulation were not enough. Once the relationship between the two of them was made public, he would be under great pressure, which would seriously hinder the development of his career. The simplest was the media reporters. Those paparazzi would inevitably stare at him every day and disturb his peace. There had been precedents for this kind of situation, which was not what Lu Chen wanted to see. So at present, the two could only be dating in secret, and it would not be too late to make it public when the time was right in the future. Another very important aspect was that the separation of men and women in the entertainment industry was too common. There were really few who could stick to it for a long time. Even if they broke up in secret, it would not make a big deal. This was also the norm in the circle. On November 18th, the second day after Lu Chen returned to the capital, he arrived at the scheduled place. Participating in the shooting of the MV of the public service advertisement, Dedication of Love. The gathering point of star actors and singers was at the headquarters of Flying Stone Records. Lu Chen was also familiar with the place. In a VIP lounge, he met many famous people, such as Li Xing, Tan Hong, Chun Fei-er, and Lu Zhonghan. He also met Liao Jia, Shi Rong, and other big names in the pop music and show business for the first time. Yu Jianda was also present. The director, who was renowned both at home and abroad, was tall and sturdy. He had a square face, and his white hair was braided. He was wearing a gray shirt with an open collar, navy blue trousers, and black cloth shoes. He had a sage-like demeanor. It was said that this director was a devout Taoist. When he was a teenager, he learned martial arts in Wudong Mountain. In the 1990s, he also made a movie called Wudong Mountain, which caused a considerable sensation in China. The time for the meeting was 9:30 in the morning, but just after 9 o'clock, all the stars were already in place. No star dared to act like a big shot in such a thing. Even if they were shooting movies or TV shows in other places, they would specially ask for leave to rush back to the capital, not to mention being late. That would cause public anger. It was still early, so everyone sat and chatted. The entertainment industry could be said to be very big, but in fact, it was also very small. Two characters who were originally not related to each other could have a close connection through a third party, and there were countless people who knew each other and had friendship with each other. Some of them were friends, and they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Now that they met here, it was another surprise. Brother Tan Hong. Lu Chen first looked for Tan Hong. The singing superstar is now basically in a state of retirement. It is said that he will hold a farewell concert at the end of the year, announcing his official withdrawal from the pop music world. So since the end of the Singing China competition, Lu Chen hasn't seen Tan Hong again. But he has always remembered Tan Hong's help and support for him. Tan Hong smiled and patted Lu Chen on the arm and said, "Xiao Lu, long time no see. I've often seen your name on the blog recently. You've done a good job." He looked meaningfully at Chun Fei-er, who was standing beside him, and said with a smile, "I heard that Fei has been abducted to be the heroine now. That's amazing." Lu Chen smiled bitterly. Chun Fei-er's pretty face reddened, and she said angrily, "Brother Tan Hong, Tan Hong laughed and said, "No kidding, Xiao Lu. Let me introduce you to some teachers." Among this group of people, Lu Chun is definitely a junior, and his status in the circle is far worse than theirs. If it were any other newcomer encountering such a rare opportunity, they would probably have the cheek to strike up a conversation and even flatter for attention, hoping to be able to say a few words with these big shots. To stay in the entertainment industry for a long time, networking is really important. Oftentimes, the big brother above leaks something out, and it's enough for the people below to eat their fill. Lu Chun was different from ordinary newcomers. Although his appearance was modest, he had a proud and unyielding character. He would never take the initiative to ingratiate himself with others. But with Tan Hong's introduction, the situation is completely different. "This is Liao Jia, Teacher Liao." Tan Hong first introduced Lu Chun to Liao Jia, a big brother in the pop music world. Liao Jia is very legendary in the circle. He was born in the early 1970s, debuted in the late 1980s, and became popular in the 1990s because of rock and roll. He is one of the representatives of light rock and roll. Liao Jia has a very good relationship with the Black Ravens, a national rock band active in the late 1980s and early 1990s. They have released 3 albums with a total sales of more than 20 million and are regarded as the mainstay of national rock and roll. Gao Yi, the lead singer and soul of the Black Ravens, is Liao Jia's mentor. Later, Gao Yi accidentally fell off the stage during the concert rehearsal, resulting in a serious skull injury, and eventually died in Chaoyang People's Hospital at the age of 32. Gao Yi's unexpected death is undoubtedly a heavy blow to national rock. The Black Ravens, which has always been a leading role, has since been unable to recover and disbanded 2 years later, leaving national rock fans with endless sorrow. Liao Jia resolutely took over Gao Yi's rock and roll banner, formed the Black Memory Band, released 2 albums, and also opened a national concert tour, and was regarded as the successor of national rock. However, because of the impact of the general environment, national rock quickly declined, and Liao Jia and the Black Memory Band were unable to turn the tide. At the beginning of 2000, the Black Memory Band almost disbanded. In order to survive and continue, Liao Jia changed to light rock and even love songs, and also wrote work for other singers. At that time, he was regarded as a traitor by many national rock fans, but he achieved greater success and established his position in the music industry. This big brother of the music industry is in his 40s this year. He is not very tall, and his appearance is very ordinary. He has small eyes and thin cheekbones, and his face is a little fierce. His face is bumpy, and he looks like a big brother in a black suit. "Hello, Teacher Liao." Lu Chun held out his hands to him. "I've listened to your songs since I was a child." When Tan Hong introduced him to Lu Chun, Liao Jia stared at Lu Chun with bright eyes until Lu Chun held out his hand. A smile appeared on his face. "Hello." Liao Jia's hand is a little cold, the skin is very rough, and the knuckles of his fingers are very strong. Lu Chun felt his strength when he shook hands with him. Tan Hong said with a smile, "Xiao Lu is very talented. Old Liao, please take care of him in the future and guide the newcomer." Liao Jia let go of his hand and said with a faint smile, "Since you said so, of course I have to give you face." Lu Chun politely said, "Thank you, Teacher Liao." He keenly felt that this big brother of the music industry in front of him seems to have a little hostility towards him. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.